Okay, I want to welcome everybody to our September 2nd work session. Much anticipated ClearGov training. So hopefully we can all learn something right here. I surely need it. So turn the time over to who's teaching it?
Casey.
Okay, Casey.
Do we have the slides?
It's the agenda.
We're good. Alrighty, so this is ClearGov for reviewers. Alrighty, so have you all signed into ClearGov already, or have we not gotten there? Okay. Alright. So the first time you sign in, you will have to click Forgot Password if you haven't gotten a password already. And you'll enter your email and get the new password. Sign in. You're all there. We can move forward after that.
Okay, I'm here. So Lon's here.
I'm on it.
Rayleen's here.
I got a brand new computer here. I have no idea what I'm doing. So,
Go to third. Touch screen?
yeah, it's
So do you just want us at the dashboard? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
the
gonna be?
dashboard would be great.
Okay. Thank you.
You'll need to click on for the first time you log in.
Oh, yeah. I got this when I was in Dundee. Cool. Never had it with shirts.
Like it?
Yeah. That's pretty good quality.
Raymond, did I put a card on your desk?
Yeah.
Okay, I have crap handwriting. Would you? That's a thank you card for the grant we got for the radar signs. So I'm assuming you have nice handwriting because I do not.
Right that.
I have doctor handwriting.
I does that.
Write a whole paragraph. So that's much space. Okay.
Who should I address it to? Like Kate? Or should I address it to Kate or to Weaver Human Services?
I would think it would be Weaver Human Services. Well, was it Health Services? Radar signs. Do you remember who we got the grant from? No, it was the money we got for the. Matt, do you remember who gave us the grant for, was it Health Department or Human Services for the
Human
radar?
Services.
Okay, Human Services. Thank you. Okay, ready? So dashboard.
Yes. Okay. So now you'll click on. Okay. So you will want to click on, if you've been in here before, you can see the recently viewed. There's a Morgan County budget. If you have not been in here before, you'll want to go into the left tab under operational budgeting. And then one of the options should be Morgan County 2026 budget. And that's where you'll want to go. Let me know when you're all there. And I will do.
It's budget week. Yay!
I can tell you're all so
with
excited.
great enthusiasm.
Okay, so 15 hour Glenn?
You're already in it. Look at you.
So you're
Okay.
all in there?
So you should see a very colorful.
Get him. He's waiting.
Don't worry,
We gotta
just
have
keep
Jared.
going.
All right. And then we'll keep going on the slides. All right, so from the dashboard, you will be able to see the revenue, expenditures, and then the difference. So if we have a positive, it'll say positive. If it has negative, it'll say negative. From here, you'll also be able to see a high-level overview of things like the general fund,
Like the fund balances.
fund balances, ramp tax, and you can see the different years that we've had them. Let's see previous years, and you can see previous years, high-level overview of budget, and then you'll be able to see the 4 different tabs on the top. Those will be dashboard.
They're right here. Dashboard, worksheet, attachments, and reports.
Yep, those are ones.
No, I'm not seeing them.
Left-hand side, right below Warren County budget.
This is a drop down because you're on an iPad. So like worksheet, we'll have it by every individual line. But right now we're in dashboard, and so that's all the funds.
Okay, so I want to go.
So like if you want to see impact fee,
There's fund. What else is on?
Okay.
so use this computer. So you're not. I'm using the dashboard. Like worksheet, attachments, and reports is what everyone else has. You're just
Gotcha.
so on the dashboard. Like that's the overall numbers. Granted, we're still putting in stuff because we need clarification tonight. And then these are all the funds individually.
Okay.
So like tourism, parks, rifle range, and then general fund. So then when you want to drill down into an individual line, that's when you get a worksheet. Okay.
So I did learn, see this where it says export right there? If you hit that and download that, that will break out each fund and you can see how much we produced in revenues and what we got for expenditure.
It'll export it all into an Excel file.
So that you can see if we're balancing where we're at. So, like she said, not all of the units don't panic yet, but that is very helpful. So you can see where we're at.
No, we're not.
2 million.
Well, you're not. I have questions.
That just makes it easy to say
I have
no.
questions.
There you go.
Okay. So this is the drill down, so that worksheet tab.
So when you go into the worksheet tab, this is where you'll see every single budget line item. So you can see every single account in our whole budget. You can, in the description, if you wanted to look up all of office expenses, if you type in office expenses, you'll have all of them come up. And then more than likely, you'll want to search by account ID, because that will be what you will know the fund by. Because, for example, the assessor and the recorders will both have office expenses in there, but it won't have office expenses recorder, office expenses assessor. It'll just have the account ID, and it'll have office expenses, if that makes sense. What you'll want to do on this worksheet
This is gonna
tab-
take a lot of scrolling back and forth and up and down, huh?
So from the worksheet, you'll want to go over to columns, and then you'll only want to put in the 4 columns that I have up there, which are FY25 actual, FY25 actual budget, FY26 requested, and FY25 requested. And if you
FY
just have,
24, can you say those again, please?
yeah. So FY25 actuals FY 25 adopted budget, FY 26 requested, and FY 25 projected.
25 projected.
25 projected.
If you leave all those columns there,
You
it's
have to
just so
scroll
much.
back and forth.
So it's way easier if you just narrow it down to
So
those.
4 columns.
You can do whatever you want, it's just,
I know,
This-
I'm
this
just
is
trying
my
to figure out, okay, so you're saying that the FY, if we wanted to see the baseline FY 26 budget, oh, we don't have that?
Take that one off.
Okay.
So that's why it's not in there.
It's gonna be all zeros, just take that one off.
And was there
It's right there.
an apply button or anything?
You'll just click on the
why I gave
columns
it up last
again,
week.
and when you click on the columns,
I could get it
it'll
online, but then it's.
it'll automatically
I don't wanna
apply.
get into this personal stuff.
I got 25 projected.
so you want 25 actuals is the first one. 25 adopted, take out 26 budgeted because we haven't done it yet. 26 requested. 25 projected. Right? But we put in all the historical data in there, you can look back on it, but remember we created a lot of new funds. So it's only gonna stick to the historical data of those funds.
So does that mean if we wanted to go back and look at any of the others, we cannot because the data's not there, or is it?
No, it's there.
It is there,
It is there.
and you can go look at it. It'll just make this year's budgeting session go easier because I don't think you need to, I mean, really.
I meant if I wanted to research something.
If you
So-
wanted to, absolutely, yes, but necessarily, we don't need to know necessarily FY 23's budget line item.
Unless
So-
you wanted to, yeah. Okay, you ready for the next one?
No, not yet. So
Okay.
if, in the actions, if you click on the 3 dots, you'll be able to add a comment, add a note, or add an attachment
To each line.
to
So we
each
will have-
line.
So we will be able to do that?
I believe so, yes. So this is where you'll want to enter comments if you're unsure of anything, if you have questions, if you have comments.
So
if
the
you-
question was, are those visible to everybody? Yes. If you put a note or a comment on, if you put a comment on, then it only goes to us. If you put a note in, it also pings whoever's budget that is, that a note has been added to their record.
Okay, so there's both a budget,
There's a note.
note and a comment.
And a comment.
Okay,
Comment is for administerial, and notes are, it'll go to that department head that's in charge of that budget.
all right.
Okay.
And attachments.
Oh,
Talk about that yet.
we can. If you wanted to add an attachment for any reason, I mean, if you wanted to, you could upload an
Make sure you look at all the attachments that are uploaded because those are from your department heads.
And we made them fill out the attachment. If there was any increase requested, there should be an attachment assigned to that line item. So can I show an example? Okay. So here's mine, which granted I have like big power here. So worksheet, I'm currently in Fund 16 is which one I was working on. So you'll see there's a little paper clip. That means that there is a budget increase request. So I can click on project expenses and attachments and open the PDF of that specific request. It'll open in your downloads. So go click on project expenses. Hey, theirs doesn't pull up the attachments that way.
Uh-oh.
If I click on it, it doesn't.
So
does
the
nothing.
iPad's different than.
So go to the next slide.
Okay, hold on. Yep. No, hold on. Where's my? Okay.
So if you click on the account name, so right there, yeah, right there it is. So,
Okay, do that again.
so if you click on the name,
Hold on, let me get back to that screen.
There.
There it is.
Okay. Do.
16.
What?
16.
Okay.
So how do you get the actual document?
so click on the description. Yeah, click on that. And then up at the top, it'll say attachments.
Wait, where's the description?
I just looked like for 16.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
So from here, this attachments tab.
I
right
just
there.
looked there.
You shaved.
And then right there.
He's welcome to go pee for a while.
If you click on that.
I know.
So, do you
Ramp
mind
back
if I?
right there.
Okay, so when we're out here, see there's a paper clip.
16.
You'll click on this.
It's just
I know it's pretty little. So see how it has a paper clip next to it. So click on that, and then
So while he's showing them that, if you wanted to just, if you wanted to just look, oh good grief, it keeps kicking me all the way back.
sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, attachments right here.
Yeah, if you're on the worksheet and you go to
Oh,
attachments,
click on more, and then
it'll
attachments.
show you every single one.
Did it different this time.
I know, and then right here you can download the file.
Well, it was in here. So
Does that are you good with that? You feel
I'll figure it out.
okay? And I'll be here during budget
Okay.
meetings, and I'll be able.
I'll come in the morning.
Yeah.
There's Blaine asking for more money.
I'm not asking for any more money. I'm asking for our appropriate.
Okay, so
Everybody able to figure that out?
Well, then you didn't need to fill out a budget
Yeah.
request
just
increase.
yeah, it's
We
just
haven't
an
put
ask.
anything into trails,
An
but it's
ask.
money that should have been there anyway.
That's a conversation for the rest of the week. Let's not
Exactly
drain it
right.
today.
So see if there's this download right there. And if it doesn't, you can also go to files right here. Files. And downloads.
I'm not sure. I thought you went and
How come when I put account ID in there and searched it, it wouldn't pull up 16s?
it's a charter class. It's 36 books.
What do you put, just
You want it?
16
I did.
dash,
Okay.
and see if it pulls up.
Yeah, there's the time.
Oh, so I didn't. Then I shouldn't hit enter.
Let me make
No,
you.
you don't need to hit enter.
Let me make you one that's
But there
a
are the
one,
16s.
like a couple pager and not 36.
It's just a learning.
It's
I
on
can export it out. I
It's
just say
when I
like,
had
this is
one of
assessor.
I want to throw the computer out the window. Now I love it.
I was
Don't you
ready to
worry,
throw
I'll-
my computer out the window a few times, so.
I'll be here when we're doing the budgeting, so I can help facilitate as well. Okay, sounds good. I'll have a swivel chair.
I need a screen this big.
Swivel.
I know.
My screen's this big.
So, okay, so this is just what we went over. If you click on the account and click on the more tab, you'll be able to see all the, you'll be able to see the notes when you scroll down, if there are any, and then you can view the attachments. If you're on a computer, it'll have the 3 up there. If you're on an iPad, you'll just have to click the more tab and go to the attachments. All right, we're good to go to the next one. Okay, you can also see all of the attachments on the attachment tab, so you can look at all the different ones. I think this is a little bit
So
more
that's back
difficult.
on dashboard, worksheet, collaborators, attachments.
Yes.
It's just harder to find them that
If
way.
you click
Yeah,
attachments,
you can
it'll
just
give
see
you
all of the attachments, but they're not. You can't see which
They're not
account they're
categorized.
attached
Yeah.
to. And so if you know what attachment you're looking for, you can go find it that way. But that's a little bit more, difficult to track it down which account it's attached to. All right, good. I think that's okay. And then there's also the reports tab that you can pull detailed reports. I suggest we don't use that until the budget is coming to a close, or else we'll just have a lot of different numbers and they're not going to be all correct. They're just going to be in there. But once we have finalized, or we're getting close to finalizing it, you can look at a detailed report, you can look at the summary, expenditures by department, all of that good stuff.
Really, the report that's best right now is the one I showed you.
The export, and it's awesome.
It is awesome.
Is that how you're going to be able,
We're gonna know that each fund is balancing and how far
like we
we're
had
off.
talked the other day?
Yes, yes.
So I can show you an example of that if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, so like we know that the super easy one, if I go back to the dashboard, is the ramp tax. So for FY25, we project to spend $200,000, and that's it for the end of the year. We have no intention of spending the other $25,000 estimated. So that's coming in revenue. And so we expect that our fund balance at the end of the year is going to be $265,511, which makes our fund balance $65,511 because we spent the $200. We are expecting $245,000 in revenue in FY26. Those are the numbers your treasurer put in. And we have $250,000 requested in expenses for the year. So we'd be pulling $5,000 out of fund balance, which would make the year-end fund balance, if that's what was approved, $60,511. The beauty of ClearGov is when we've gone in before, you've kind of gone in blind because you had no idea what was in the fund balance of all of these funds. You just assumed that any shortage would come from fund balance general revenue. Now we can tie the shortage directly to that fund. So like Health and Human Services, we were intending to have a year-end fund balance of $162,882. We moved over $80,000 out of fund balance into the county fund balance into this to pay for the increase for the Human Services Senior Center. We could have pulled it from fund balance if we had known. So we anticipate to pull that extra $80,000 out of the fund balance of the health services account, which would leave still $87,000 in the fund balance at the end of the year. Does that make sense-ish? Mm-hmm. So when we go through budget these weeks, obviously general fund's gonna take the longest because there's so many fingers in that pie, but pretty much the rest of them are either one department head or you as the commission and I as the county manager punched in those numbers. So like mineral lease is a great one. 3,500 in, we have to estimate to spend what we took in. We anticipate $3,500 in revenue or in fund balance. So that's what is great about the dashboard. And like she was saying, this number up here is kind of mistelling because it's netting everything. It's merging all of the fund balances into one. That's not just the fund balance of your general fund. That's merging all of them together. So
I was telling you that I was confused.
it's right here,
Like,
general fund.
it's not making sense, but
So we still anticipate to have 5,728. Like, granted, I have a bunch of questions I have to ask, so we can punch in some final numbers. But with what we've punched in already, we're expecting to still have a surplus of 5,728 in fund balance at the end of FY26. Okay? So then, if you think about it, this is your oversight of your funds individually by the number. So 10 fund is your general fund, 16 ramp tax, 17 additional transit local, etc. Then your worksheet is your drill down. So like I have the 16 hyphen in here, and it's going to pull up anything that has a 16 hyphen. So I have my fund balance for revenue, for ramp tax, my ramp tax estimated income, my ramp tax expected to go out into other funds, which is recreation, and then project expenses. So if you wanted to drill down into a fund, that's how you would do it. If I wanted to drill down into Fund 17, which is local option, I would have to put in 17 hyphen. There's my fund balance. Here's what we're anticipating to come in. Here's our project expense. Now, obviously, my screen's not that huge, so I'd have to scroll over. But
You can also do it where if you click on the filter, you can put in begins with instead of contains.
ooh, I like it.
So
Where's
click
that?
on-
So
click
filter.
on that filter. Yeah.
Oh, that
No,
didn't do what I wanted to do. Filter.
Sorry, go down.
Oh, this filter.
That filter. That's
Thank
the
you.
one. Instead of contains at the top.
Begins with. Where
Yeah.
were you like 2 weeks ago?
Sorry, you didn't ask this question. See, you still have it as contains.
I know, I'm learning.
No.
Begins with.
Nope, not right there. Up at the very top.
This one.
That one.
Okay,
There you
so
go.
let me clear this because I'm touching stuff. Begins with 17 hyphen. There we go. It's right here.
So on the worksheet,
Uh huh.
I don't seem to have a column for account ID.
For account ID,
Worksheet.
I think
This
it's
one.
more.
Account type, account ID, different value. I have account type, I have fund, I have department.
No, I need
So
Yeah, and then if you click on this one,
I'm looking for account
you
ID.
can do begins with 16, and then
You just have to know it by the number. Don't you?
and then
Does
now
it have a
you can
column?
just have just the 16s.
Go back, go back.
Yep.
Hit the columns again.
Yes, that is, so this is real time. So if we change, which the only person right now that has authority or the fancy ability to change any number is Leslie. Everything else is locked. So, but the second we're in commission meeting, or in budget meeting, and you guys have her change a number, it's live. You can go home and you cannot break it. You can add all the comments in the world, but you can't change the
As long as I
numbers.
get approved.
Do we have emojis we can add?
There, I mean, on the iPad maybe.
Is it a column?
Okay,
And parentheses.
so,
Count that as an emoji.
so a question I have then is, if there's something that would, if we needed to change it during budget when we're in the budget session, you or whoever will put in a number, she will.
And so
And
it'll
it will
show,
show us exactly what by
Yes.
changing that number, what happens.
and it tracks a history.
Yes, ma'am.
So it'll show, we requested 250,000, and then Leslie in commission, or in budget meeting, changed it to 260, or
Okay.
vice versa. And so it does track our history, so if we go back and go, oh, the reason we had that at that number is because of XYZ, so we need to go back to that fund and change it, we can look up that everything
mind
is,
if I-
anytime anyone changes anything or adds a note, it date stamps it with that person's login.
So if we are just playing around at home
Yeah.
with it, and say we go into our own account, and
Yeah.
can we change anything to see what it would look like, or does it change everything? So we can't even have a work copy to do adjustments or whatever we need.
That would be, if you're wanting to play with the numbers, I would suggest doing an export.
Okay.
But yeah, you can't change the numbers in here. It's locked.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
Yeah,
I
because
just don't
all
want
the
to mess it up.
revenues belong to Kimberly,
It got on
and all the expenses.
Okay.
this general
Yeah.
information.
Okay.
We can uncheck that and just put count.
So
And then now you.
So then,
we have a worksheet of our own that we can just play with.
I can make you one,
Okay.
but can I wait till you answer my questions and I punch in some more numbers?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because
I'm
then you'll
okay.
be like,
That's what I was basically wanting, a cheat sheet that I can go and play on. I don't have that.
I've made a cheat sheet for tomorrow too, for you.
I made a cheat sheet of your cheat
did?
sheet. Oh, I
Okay.
thought I put it at your
Okay.
desk.
I have nothing.
Cheating all over the place.
I know you do, but I don't.
You want
Well,
me to
then
go
somebody
make a
walks
copy?
to, no, because I changed it, but I put one at his desk.
Maybe it's sitting over at Vaughn, sitting there and not coming this way. Nope.
So you got rid of my description too.
You click under general
Hold on, I'll print you one. I was like,
So
I
click
swear.
back,
put it on
and
your
then
desk.
click general information, the drop down. Yeah. Well, you don't want all of that.
Because Leslie had
So
in like
click the
70
drop
point
down
font
to
for the
left of it.
blind.
Yeah, and put account
I
ID. So click on the account ID at the top, and then click on the department. Yeah,
I swore I had it.
that gives you the revenue. So it doesn't give you.
Where did the department go?
Do you mind if I grab this again?
Is that right? Comment and note, or is it the other way around? Can I test it?
Yeah, test.
Yeah,
Let me
'cause
test it.
I honestly can't. Which one were we making comments in?
I don't know. You just kept saying I was blowing up your phone. What's
were
your
blowing up my
What's your
phone.
fund?
So if I can have the same.
1041,
view
41.
as this,
Permanent employees. And if I'm gonna try
Okay, Leslie,
add comment.
It unbiased comment.
Leslie, honey.
Needs more money for chapstick. Submit.
a note and you added a comment. See which one was.
Okay.
Kimberly just said if you put a comment, that's when the department head can see it.
Okay, so it's the other way around.
Do this. Okay, because this is what they generated for me.
Okay.
Okay? So
Okay.
then
This is your password.
yes, I've gotten like
this is the
50.
password that they generated for me.
Comments go everywhere, notes don't. Okay.
Well, let's double check, make sure that's what came through to it.
Okay.
Because it should have come through.
That probably makes sense because I can delete a comment after it's made.
I'm doing it.
So you've already logged in and changed your password.
I haven't done a thing.
But did you log in back when we were doing the demonstration of ClerkUp? That's what I'm wondering, because you were
You
the
mean
very
2
first.
years ago?
Yeah.
3 years. What we did.
Yeah, that's why.
We've been here 2 years. Yeah, I was doing that.
Should be able to see. Those might have called it.
I think I do have it in here somewhere.
Okay. I have now showing you department and fund, but you can't click it.
Here it
Go
is.
to history. You can see.
Do you want one of these or? Okay. It's just the cheat sheet, a shorter version of what she
Okay,
said.
there we go. So you're gonna have to do it just a little different. So,
I can't type.
account, so we want the,
Neither can
did you
I.
want the department first?
Well, I don't very often. It's one thing just where.
So there's the department. Oh, okay, I see the description's still missing. Because it should say like human resources, salary or whatever.
So I can see what I wrote.
Same way we found attachments.
Oh, there we go.
Except for you don't have to download, they should
There
just
we
pull
go.
up.
So let's see. Human resources, employee account IDs.
No, when you went to see, yeah.
So the comments.
So like
Sorry,
this
the
one
notes
right
don't
here.
show. The notes must be specific. You
Description.
guys see my note?
I see comments. Leslie needs more money for
So
chapstick.
if you go under, go to general, then back.
What if I go add note? Yeah, I can't see your note. Oh, Leslie deserves a raise?
You
Yeah,
don't have the description.
Yeah,
I
it says,
don't know
so if
why.
I add a note,
Description. There's no place
but
to
if you go back to where you were before,
I know, we,
we can see where it says general fund comments. There, see it's right there. She knows.
where? Oh, there we go.
So you can see it.
yes.
So you can see
So
both.
the description will be this
So you can
object.
see it. The question is.
So
if she
the description, so see how it's professional and technical. The
I saw your
description
note.
will
Do you wanna
also
try a
just
comment
say
and see if I can see your
professional and
comment?
technical. The only difference between the description and object is that you can click in the
I saw his
description.
note.
This one you'll just have to click in the actions and then click on the attachment or general info and funding. You can see the description right there. No, I can do, if you wanted me to, take this for just a minute.
Yep.
You can kind of look at it a little bit more.
So I can see both? But the good thing is, this is a web program, so you could go on your school computer and log in. Yeah. Very nice, Mike. Do you see this comment?
I just reset your view. So now you have the description.
The greatest PID
So
policy ever
if
written.
anything happens, just go to that reset view
Reset
and then
view.
yeah. So sorry about that.
Thanks, Casey.
That's a Trumpism.
A trumpet. Yeah. Casey, would you grab that off the printer? Thank you. Since his went AWOL. Okay, any other questions on playing around with this? Okay, are you ready for some of my questions? Okay, so the last couple years, we have not distributed bank interest to all of the funds. Alex looked at it as there was like no wrong or right way, because technically all of the money is invested in one account. So right now, all of the bank interest revenues has been staying in county general revenue fund. You do have the option, as you'll see when we go through these funds, that every fund has a line for bank interest. It is completely at the commission's discretion if you want to do a year-end bank interest allocation and split it out, or if you want to keep it all in general fund. But I need to know.
I can give you my opinion.
Okay,
I think we ought to follow the code, the state code on that.
the state
Which
code gives
basically
the
says
commission the
that-
authority.
Because I read it as, it should be going back into that specific fund that the money's coming from.
Correct, however, that's anticipating that every different fund has its own bank account. We don't.
And we don't.
His
That's
copy
correct.
went AWOL. We will give.
I know it's gonna be a hassle, but it would be
Nope,
nice.
we'll just do it once a year. It's just,
Thank
it's
you.
a journal entry at the end of the year, just like he does all the other, like,
Because, I mean-
opening balance.
How much money are we talking about?
I mean,
Depends on the
depends
year.
on if it's a COVID year or not, how much bank interest we get. Do you have an idea of? Yeah, so we just take,
Seemed like a few years ago it was worthless.
absolutely.
About $10,000
And then some
a
years
year.
it was like,
And then
where's
this
my
last
bank
year, I
interest?
thought, last year was, I think, $40,000 or $50,000, wasn't it, Kimberly? Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it was quite a bit.
So obviously some accounts we would not put bank interest in is our pass-through, like, right-of-way fund. Are there any other funds that you would not want to distribute to? I can't think of a,
I think the restricted funds ought to have it. The rest of them, it doesn't matter.
capital projects, that's just money from general fund. Do you want capital projects to get a
No,
distribution?
that's part of general fund. I mean, you've got like tourism tax where you've got the
Right,
transit room tax.
but that money would just stay in general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
in-
I mean, it's up to you guys. I just need to know what to do and how
I
to
just
budget.
know that, it affects us when it comes to our reporting for tourism. And it affects us for the sales tax. And they're completely different kinds of things that ought to be going into where,
So do we have a majority that wants to distribute it? I would say yes.
Okay. And we'll just do
I
it
know
once a
that's
year at
gonna
the end
be
of the
hard.
year.
And you said yes.
I said yes.
Sure, that sounds.
Okay.
Okay.
Greenbelt rollback money. So Greenbelt, obviously you remember that as of 1 June, it changed. So now we get 100% of the allocation. We created a new fund for it. My question is, Greenbelt has historically, that money's been going into delinquent tax revenue. Do you want, like we did with opioid, to go back and pull some of that? Or do we just want to clean as of June 1? What we pull in from Greenbelt is what we pull in? Or do you want to go back? And if you want to go back, how many years?
back, but then we're
You're,
putting it in
we are
the
taking it out of
restricted
general fund
fund and leaving
balance.
that.
Started July 1st. Yeah.
So start going forward as of June 1, which is what we're doing right now.
10-year will start.
Yeah.
10 years to spend.
Correct.
I was just gonna start claiming because of
Yeah.
the 10 years.
I agree.
Okay. Anyone opposed to that? Yay, I love things I don't have to fix. Okay. The phones. So we did a audit of our phones since we have the phone stipend and there's some phones we pay for. Most funds have a phone budget line, just like office supplies, etc. But there's a few that do not. Public Works, so their Fund 20, we pay for all of it under their highway project budget line item. And then there's one other, Airport. Airport, we pay for his under office supplies or utilities. So so for budgeting reasons, so we can see how much we're paying on phones, whether that's through the reimbursement or through us paying the Verizon bill, I would like
Separate it.
to separate that, if that's
Same
okay.
with the fleet.
Okay.
Fleet would be the same.
So then, speaking of separating things, our health services does not delineate from our health department invoice and our human services department invoice. And I would like to split that out so we can see how much we're paying to human services and how much we're paying to Weaver Morgan Health.
Amen.
I can agree
Is
with
that
that.
okay? Okay, so we'll split those lines. Phone accounts we did. All right, there was some confusion at budget as to the intent of some of these newer funds. And by newer funds, I mean these three right here. So park, rifle range, airport. So some of us are under the impression that it was intended that all revenues for park rental, rifle range rental, or airport revenue go into those new funds, and all expenses for those came out of that fund as well, so we knew the true cost of running those, the airport, running the rifle range, running the parks. However, there's no way that our park rental is gonna offset the cost of the parks. So right now, you have like fairground. You have a fairground fund that all the revenues are going into, but Brett also has a fairgrounds line item in under Fund 10. So we're not getting the real, this is how much it's costing us to operate the fairgrounds. Do we want it all to be in one, and then the commission makes the determination to transfer over the money from general fund into that fund, or do we want to keep understanding that some of these are going to be deficit?
I think
Or a mixture, because
We need to know-
airport does
we
pay
need to
for
know
itself.
what's-
Rifle range does pay for
Everything's
itself.
costing us.
yeah.
So do
from
you want-
each
so-
department.
You'd have to make a
So
transfer,
Brett,
which I think is fine, just make a transfer out of.
because Brett has a parks budget, and that budget has 2 line items for rifle range, 2 line items for parks, 2 line items for rifle range, or fairgrounds. Do we need to merge those expense lines into that fund, or do you want to keep them in his parks fund? It's not gonna affect his FTE or any of that, but it will, do you want to keep all costs? Is that your intent, is to keep all costs in one fund? Or is it just so that the other school of thought was, especially on parks, we wanted the park money to stay in that park. So if we have a lot of rental of the Milton Park, that money stays in the Milton Park fund as for future improvements for the Milton Park. But it was never intended, maybe, that those rental funds would offset the cost of operating the park itself. Where I feel like it's different on the rifle range and the airport, the intent of that was to show the taxpayers that their tax dollars are not paying to operate the rifle range. It's not paying to operate the airport. We are not subsidizing these departments with taxpayer dollars. So I kind of feel like those are 2 different schools of thought, and we are operating the rifle range and airport funds that way, except for the funds that Brett has. So essentially there's 2 expense funds of almost the same amount. for both of those accounts. So the only thing I would have to do to merge all that into one is to take the parks budget from Brett and put it in the fund so that he would just expend it out of that specific fund for that rather than the Fund 10. But when we are talking about parks, that's not, it's not gonna generate enough revenue. And I'm not talking about the mowing, because that's done through staff, or the cost of buying a mower, or the weed whacker, or that kind of stuff. Like, he already has his budget for staff and supplies and equipment. This is just for, I don't know, thoughts?
What I would like to
Just like maintenance and upkeep, like repairs, is that what these would be
Yeah,
for?
I looked at the, like, rifle range was a prime example. When I pulled up the rifle range, do you know off the top of your head? Oh, it's in here. No, it's not. Which one's the rifle range number? Fund number?
The new fund,
Yeah.
it is 37.
So 37. So if I look at, of course, it's not in here. If I look at the fund, what we've expended for the rifle range in 37, it's, so right now you have fund balance coming out of Brett's budget, like he has a budget, and the new fund has a budget. Right now, all the expenses are currently coming out of Brett's, and that has been the Boy Scouts was the bulk of it, with them, with their building the benches, and the trash, so the dumpster, and the porta potties, and then like maybe $14 in like a nut and bolt here or there from Ace. So, like, that one's different. Now, the reason there's two lines, there was two lines last year, is because that's when you bought the new thrower, and that was a depreciable expense. So that's why this line exists. We didn't budget anything in 25 because we did in 24 when we threw the new clay pigeon thrower. So my real question is, so if we can just break it into two conversations. Rifle range and airport, are you good with taking all the Fund 10 expenses and tying them over to the new fund so we know the true and actual cost and can easily prove through that we are not subsidizing these two departments with taxpayer dollars? Are we good with that?
That
Because
would
that's
be
what
a
we're
yes
doing.
for me.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Okay,
as long as those two are separate.
so then that leaves the conversation, same conversation with the parks. There's no way with what we charge for our park rental, and since it's mostly just used as open space, that we can do the same thing. There's no way we can offset it.
I think they're they're totally different.
Different
Where the
services.
rifle
Right.
range is serving a specific group, where the parks is for everybody. Everybody's, not that everybody can't use the rifle range, but the parks, I don't think anybody has a problem with.
No,
subsidizing
everybody expects that their tax
Yeah.
dollars are going.
Going to the parks and.
So are you good with us keeping it how it was built out, which is, here is all, so the rental revenue will still go into the new fund, and it'll also have its own budget of expense of whatever's in that fund balance. And as that builds up over time, from the rental, if we have like $10,000 over time of rental of Milton Park, now we have 10,000 in improvements specific to that park because of its use.
I like that
And then
idea.
all the
It's kind of a
expenses
capital
stay
improvement
in
fund
parks
for the
for Brett.
parks. Yeah,
Is that good?
it's a great way to do it.
Sounds good.
I think it was just, we
Sounds logical.
didn't quite grasp that. Okay, so airport,
So that means you're gonna create two new funds, basically.
nope, they're already created.
Already created.
You got a 37 for the rifle range, airport's what, 30,
Airport,
44? Actually, I think it's
my cheat sheet.
17.
Airport's 38.
Can you give us a list of all the different
It's
ones? Leslie?
the one I printed out
So
for
that
you.
way we know 37 is what. and so forth.
38 is there.
So it is 38?
It's on that budget work session schedule.
But the new airport's 38, and everything's been going.
Yeah.
Haven't done anything on for airport.
Nope, all the expenses are coming out.
Of what?
Oh, sorry, that's rifle
Oh.
range. Rifle range, I need to journal entry, move those over. Not the revenue, the expense. So we'll have it in the same spot. Okay,
Okay, so give me,
I came with it.
so let me understand. We're gonna put airport separate, rifle range separate.
Yeah.
And the parks together.
so the parks will still have its own fund so that each park and it's one fund, but
Right.
it's just like impact.
Okay, so
fee.
that way
They
we
each
can
have-
see which park is giving it, giving us revenue or costing us more, or whatever it might be, because I think that's still beneficial to know which parks are being used and utilized and so forth.
We will know how much revenue each park is bringing in, but as far as expense, no, that'll still be coming out of Fund 10.
Okay,
Now
'cause
we
I think
can-
it'd be good to have them. I know it's hard to do it that way, but it'd be nice to know how we're spending the money on each one of the parks.
I
But it's
I
harder,
get that
I know.
in theory,
I
but
know.
when I buy a 500 pack of toilet paper, I'm not making Lindsay check off, okay, I brought 17 to the,
Maybe we need a general fund for parks and then have.
we
it
do,
each-
that's what we have.
It's
What it is.
general.
Each one though, so that we know an approximate as to how much we're spending on each park. So like if we have a major repair at the Croydon Park, which we don't now, but if we did, of having to
Better
put
knock on
in,
wood.
But I think the question is,
I'm just saying a park.
do we care?
I
Because
think the
if we have to
public
do,
cares.
if we have to do major improvement or a major repair on a park, really doesn't matter how much we spend on it, we have to do it, right? I mean, if you have a water main break, you gotta fix it. It really doesn't matter whether you had to spend it in Croydon or in Milton or in Peterson. You gotta do it. So I don't know that it matters in that case. Now, the airport I see is different and the rifle range I see is different for obvious
And the
reasons. right?
fairgrounds is different.
And the fairgrounds is on its own fund too, so.
Yeah, if we were
I don't think the parks,
if we were allocating revenue to certain
Yeah.
things, then it would be different. But
Yeah.
as long as we're just
and I think the idea is we build up a little revenue pot from the rental of those facilities and then we use that pot to upgrade the park facilities as we
Okay.
can.
I'm okay with that.
So, do you want the fairgrounds lines that Brett has in the budget to go to fairgrounds?
Well,
That's a regional park. That's the difference.
yeah.
The rest of them are all community
I
parks.
just don't wanna skip one. Okay, so in Brett's parks budget, we have general park supplies, we have fairground supplies, rifle range supplies, utilities, park utilities, fairground utilities, parks, fairgrounds
is he
building
breaking
and
those
ground,
out to that right now?
rifle, yeah. So he has $146,000 in that budget.
So if you move that over under the fairgrounds, the
So
only
it's not like we're
downside
taking
I
it away, we're
see
just moving it over.
is I don't want the money to get mixed up in there between our fair event money and our fairgrounds money, and us to start subsidizing the
I can see that,
fairgrounds maintenance with the money from the fair. Does that make sense? Like, I'd rather put that money into the capital improvement fund so we can take that and improve the grounds instead of just subsidize the day-to-day
So
maintenance.
just like parks, you're good with me leaving fairgrounds
I
alone?
think we should leave it just like parks.
Okay.
It's still separate line items in the budget, so we can still see the expenditures for it. It's just not,
I just don't want, like you, I don't want them combined as far as the fair event and the fairgrounds.
And
But
that's-
the fairgrounds is a completely different animal. And
but it's
there's a
already
lot of
separated
other-
in the budget, so we can still see the expenditures separate.
But I don't want that included within parks.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be included with an overriding parks, and then you've got different parks
Okay.
with all the different things. That's my opinion.
I think we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Okay, my last hard question is, I would like to create 2 policies. I'm trying to not pull my army way of forgiveness over permission. So I'm asking permission first. I would like to write 2 policies going forward. We give Casey a budget for employee appreciation, but there's a lot of offices that are also using their budget to pay for staff lunches, to pay for candy and soda and snacks and stuff for their office. I feel like that should all come out of Casey's budget and should not come out of general budget. Like, I'm not opposed to them. Like, if we had a coins training in here where we brought the guy in, it cost me a fortune, but everyone loved it. I was very happy, right, Janelle? But like, it cost us $70 because we were here all day. $70 in pizza. I charge that under employee appreciation. I feel like all of that, if we're gonna be paying for snacks for our offices, these snacks, like, because right now this comes out of commission budget, like, if we're gonna do that, I feel like it should all come out of the employee appreciation budget, and we should not exceed that.
I can agree.
I agree with that.
I can agree.
I think we have
Sounds great.
Way too
better
much
handle
of
on
the
the
other.
budget that way.
Yes. Then the other policy I would like is I don't care if it is in your budget. If you are buying something, department head elected or not, that I have to put on our insurance, it needs to come before the commission for approval.
I agree.
Whether that is a golf cart or what have you, if it has to go on insurance, I don't care if it costs us $7.50 a year to insure it. I feel like that's an asset and it should come to the commission for decision whether or not it's in their budget or not.
I agree.
So I would like to draft those two policies and we go forward with the budget this week, knowing that those policies are going to be drafted and put before you next meeting. So, okay, those are my two things. And you have time for a bathroom break, Matt.
Okay, we will
Last
break.
important,
Oh,
Do you want
oh, food.
dinners?
Yeah.
Do we want what?
Want what?
Do you want
Want to have
food?
dinners brought in for budget meetings, or do you want to just
I don't.
hammer through it and get out?
It's hammers through and get out.
Hammer through it and get out might be 9 o'clock at night still.
I think what
Yeah,
we did
that's my
last
concern,
year
is
it'd
be
was,
late.
last year we did the meat and cheese trays with crackers.
That's fine.
I'm fine with just
we
something
can do
like
some
like
snacks.
light like that or timber mine, whichever.
Or what?
Grist.
Or timber mine?
I don't even know what that is.
A steak
What?
place.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and
I don't,
Okay, so on this, so this has the cheat sheets for everything except for the funds. So if I add, like, Fund 16 is ramp, and Fund 17 is local option, and then give this back, is this, does that work?
did you talk about RDA?
Ramp, no. No, we have a different, we have an RDA budget, like an old budget that still has like $300 in it, and I just.
I moved over to the audience.
it into our existing RDA?
No,
I will, Cam. I will, Mike.
no.
Do we have one?
I'm gonna whisper.
So we have RDA revenue for this year.
It's not really revenue though, it's just tax money.
Right.
It's general fund money.
So do you want,
So we should be able to just transfer that $300 into the general fund balance and be done with it. Close it out.
we've already, so we have an old budget. We have an old budget that used to be called RDA. And I was and it's got like $300 sitting there with no reason. Can we move that journal entry, that money out and put it into, yeah. Put it into the RDA monies that we're getting from the city, can we put it into that line? Here it is, 30, fund 30, so 30, 20.
oh, do you? Fun.
I thought this year we had it Wednesday, Thursday, we don't do Tuesday, Thursday. I never get paid.
You never do?
Very rare. I mean, I'll get the whole year, I might get 4 or 5 camps the entire time.
Really?
Between 4 nights.
Wow.
We don't. We're not like a crucial class, right? Is my kid behaving? Yep, okay.
They just don't realize how crucial it is.
Yeah, we're just that fun class.
I know, but that's those tech.
It's whatever.
We have the old applicants too.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to our Morgan County Commission meeting. It's 5 o'clock, and appreciate your attendance. Appreciate those who are joining us online. We're going to start our meeting tonight by having Commissioner Blocker lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance and an invocation.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to gather here this night. We're grateful for the wonderful people who are in this room and those that are online participating, and for everyone's hearts and how they care for the health and safety and well-being of this community. We ask that our minds may be directed and our words will come out the way that we would like them to come out as we work to have harmony in our community and make it a better place. And these things we ask, and we're grateful for the rain which we received and for the abundance of blessings thou pours down upon us. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blocker. Appreciate that. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the things on the consent agenda? Anything that we need to do there? Okay, I'll look for a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes. Are there any declarations of conflict this evening?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question though?
Sure.
Back on the consent agenda, does that mean that now we're in stage 1 instead of stage 2?
Yep.
So we can go back to having,
Yes, as of
fire.
last
Thank you.
Thursday.
just want to make verification. Thanks.
Small fires.
Burn permits.
Preferably not during budget.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, no conflicts?
Any conflicts? No, seeing no conflicts. Okay, we'll move on to our public comment period. We'll allow anybody from our public to come forward at this time. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Okay, seeing no public comments, we're moving right along. Presentation by Ty Bailey, our Morgan City Manager. Why don't you come forward, Ty?
You're totally.
I'm Ty Bailey, the Morgan City Manager and also the Executive Director of the Morgan RDA. So RDA stands for Redevelopment Agency. Just in case, I'll just give a little brief overview of what that means, just in case some of the new commissioners aren't familiar with it. But the Redevelopment Agency is a defined area downtown in our historic commercial district. We have an agreement between the school district, the county, and the city that the property taxes from that area get distributed to the redevelopment agency and are used for projects to invest back into the redevelopment agency. And the idea is that that reinvestment will help spur future growth, and then the taxes that we defer in the short term become a long-term benefit. And then there's other benefits like sales tax and tourism tax and other things, but it's primarily just based on property tax. So this year, the valuation was flat, so there was no increase from 1 year to the next. A lot of that is because the valuations happened in the year prior, and that was the year McDonald's was built. So the year prior, we had a 40% increase in tax value, and then this year is flat. So over the past several years, we've done grants to help bring old buildings up to code and compliance, and an incentive for capital investments. And so when I first started as the city manager, I think we had 5 buildings that were vacant and had been vacant for some time, and now all of the buildings are occupied and rehabilitated, other than the Vallis is the last remaining building. And so it's been pretty successful in that light. Property values keep increasing. Right now we have a renewal period, so we renewed in 2018, and the RDA agreement will expire in 2028 unless we decide to renew at that point. This year, I just passed around the plan. We're working on an alleyway and a plaza area that will provide additional parking on the backside of Commercial Street, and a plaza, a little gathering area, has a little spot for a food truck, and it has a little spot for our mobile stage. So we can increase the property value. One of the things it does is there's vacant property on the opposite side of this alleyway that will become developable through this project. So it started as an $800,000 project, and now it's $1.5 million. So it will be the last RDA project between now and 2028. So we're going to kind of overextend ourselves and just pay ourselves back with the RDA funds until 2028. And then we should be on a break-even scenario.
Your alleyway on that map, is that 375 East? Where's the alleyway on the map? Right there. Okay.
Right there behind the existing buildings, and then turns the corner right there by Larry's Spring Chicken Inn.
Okay.
So, may I ask a question on this?
Yeah.
So, by doing this, the buildings, which all their currently they use the backside where you're planning on putting this. They use the backside for deliveries and for employee entrances and all that kind of stuff. Now, are they going to have to turn their stores around to where they have more parking on the back? Because people aren't going to want to walk clear back to Timbuktu to get around the thing and come in the front way to the liquor store or whatever it might be.
No, so they'll be able to take deliveries on the front or back. Like the liquor store you just mentioned actually takes deliveries right off of Commercial Street. Currently, a truck just parks there.
Will they have to change their way of operation? I mean, like
No, they don't. They don't need to. What it does is it provides them a back entrance possibility. So if they currently don't have a back entrance, then they could create one. There's a couple buildings like the barbecue.
Smoke a boxcar.
Smoking box
Smoking
car.
boxcar, thank you. They have a rear entrance, and so they'll just open right up to the plaza. There's a little alley right next to the old bank building and the coffee shop, so you can go from the front to the back without walking around the block. And then there's access between the Vallis and Red Rock Precision. It'll be a drive through. It doesn't show on our map, but it'll allow them to have one way, come in, do wishbone parking, and then exit out onto the alleyway, where right now if they tried to do parking, they'd have to try and figure out how to pull in, turn around, and then come back out. And so it maximizes a lot of parking and traffic flow.
So like the creamery, their main business is on the Commercial Street.
Yep.
So are they gonna open up stuff for the customers? Because if they park clear in the back,
So
of course they're
they
gonna have
don't
to go
use
through
the whole building.
alleyway.
Yeah, so it could be a second tenant that operates out of the back, where they don't use the entire building, or they could just make a rear entrance. Somehow it's open to them to use it however they would like.
So can I add to your presentation, or are you done?
The last thing I'll mention is that it's an expensive project, but we did get a $458,000 grant from the Rural Communities Opportunities Grant. And so our plan was to match that 50-50, and we've overextended, so. And the COG did recommend a contribution to the road portion of that. I don't know if that's come to the commission yet.
It's on this agenda, actually.
Oh, yeah, so later you'll have an opportunity to discuss that from the third quarter local option sales tax.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So because of all the revitalization that they've done on Commercial Street, I'm excited to announce that there's this tiny little TV show called Yellowstone that is going to start filming in Morgan for the next 5 years.
Wow.
And that starts next week. Their first spot is on Commercial Street.
So, question then, as far as the Vallis Hotel, are they gonna finish before 2028?
So I talked to him yesterday or Friday, had a meeting with him and the crew, and they're actually using that to their advantage. But he is working on, he says he meets this week for the final grant to get that finished.
Okay,
What did you say to get finished? I didn't
the
hear.
Vallis Hotel.
The one with all the scaffolding that's been there.
I don't know how they're gonna do that filming with the scaffolding there.
No, they actually are using that to their advantage. So,
Okay.
That's great.
So then, never mind.
This is
Skip
awesome.
right on by.
It looks like a great gathering place for people. Is it pet friendly?
yes, I can speak to that. So most of our restaurants down on Commercial Street, including the coffee shop, are pet friendly, and Buddy is a frequent flyer
Buddy.
of those restaurants.
Nice.
So and I know this is maybe a little out of it, but this is the RDA development area, and I understand there's a new owner for some of the buildings, and they've raised the rates so high that some people are gonna be leaving.
Correct.
So are we trying to do anything towards that, if he's getting any RDA funds?
So, nobody's getting RDA.
Or not funds,
directly.
but RDA,
Well,
the way
so
it
we're,
works.
yeah, so we really don't intervene with the building tenant relationship. It's a benefit to the entire street, and then the market's gonna have to take care of who comes in and who's out, and what people charge for rent, but that's not one of the intents of the RDA.
Right.
So earlier on, one of the previous focuses of the RDA was helping with rent assistance and all kinds of business operational stuff, and we changed that when we renewed in 2018, as we just changed it and focused completely on capital investment, and that's why we just focused on getting buildings rehabbed and not getting into the daily operation of businesses. And so we just focused on increasing the value and opportunity for the whole street.
All right. Disappointed that someone leaving.
Outside of that, the County Opportunities Board, Economic Opportunities
Yeah.
Board.
CEO.
We have an opportunity to work with individual business owners through that effort, but it's not an RDA function.
Okay, thank you.
And just really appreciate the county's support. Your contribution is significant on property taxes. There's no way the city has enough property tax to really invest and get anything done on that area, but it is, it's a cool street. It does generate revenue. I did some math on like 3 of the small little businesses equals like 1 McDonald's, so they do add up when you compile it. and think about the value there, and it's a little tourist attraction, and we put a lot of money into the train depot, and
When do you expect this to be finished?
October
October of next year?
of this year.
Of this year?
Next month.
It's under construction,
Oh, I need to walk back there.
so yeah, it's under construction. We have a couple of hiccups, small delays. People want to film movies and stuff like that, but it's the other thing is that it's really improving the infrastructure there. So we did a brand new sewer main and the infrastructure, so those buildings have an opportunity to come out to some brand new infrastructure. We're trying to take the power lines off the top of the buildings and put them in the ground. We'll have some street lights, decorative street lights along that alley and the sidewalk, and so it's more than just the pavement. It'll be a significant improvement, including stormwater. We have a real stormwater problem down there, and we're gonna capture the stormwater and put it under the street in some basins, and that's for the whole area. So the vacant properties, when they build, they'll be able to put their stormwater into the. We've estimated the capacity that's going to be needed to build out the rest of that area. So it's a pretty cool project.
Do you want to tell them about your train viewing park?
So that's not an RDA project, but
It's pretty close.
we did get a grant from the what's the acronym? DAF. To do a train viewing park. So where the train depot is, then you have the caboose and a grassy area. Then from that point down along the train tracks, we're going to do a train viewing park. So we'll have a train platform, like an old style covered train platform at the elevation of the train tracks. So you can sit there and have lunch or whatnot and watch trains go by, since we get those for free every day. Just drive by. So we're, instead of making it an annoying thing, we're trying to make an improvement. So instead of campers and everything else just parked on that easement, it'll get improved and have a parking area and a room for another food truck and a path, so you'll be able to walk up and down.
So that will be on the east side of the caboose.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll have a little grassy area and then the train viewing. So
Okay.
that's probably like a 2 years out type project, but
Cool. Thank you.
we have grant money, so we now have a project.
There you
So
go.
that'll be the next thing in that area. It's coming along. Appreciate all your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey?
So recently, I have gone to 2 different trainings. One was an AI training, and the other was a PASHRA, which is Public Service Human Resources Association conference. And you all wanted a recap of any trainings we went to, so here I am. So a big portion of the conference was about building relationships and how to have relationships with different departments and being able to, I guess, encourage other departments and offices to make improvements in a way that is coming from a place of wanting them to succeed, and how building relationships it makes it easier rather than it's a pointing finger blaming them on you're doing this and this wrong. And so that's something I've been focusing on. I've been doing it since I very first started here, but it just reminded me of how to lead with love. They had some really good ideas on how to improve the wellness program that I've started, making it accessible to all staff and giving peer shout outs. They also talked about how to help normalize talking about mental health with supervisors, and so I have started to come up with trainings on how to help supervisors to be able to talk to their staff in a way that invites their staff to talk to them and
a way to have the supervisor refer them to the EAP in a way of having that relationship with there. So a culture was another big topic. It was they talked a lot about how to create a culture of learning and growth, and not one where people are scared to fail, because when people are scared to fail, they are scared to be innovative, and we need to have staff want to be innovative, and they're going to fail if they're learning and trying new things. So just creating a culture there. I got a refresher on employment discrimination from the Utah Labor Commission, and then there was a legal update from Parsons Bailey Lattimore. They are a wonderful firm, and they talked about some things that we should be doing that I've gone ahead and implemented. So, any questions on the ASHRA conference? Okay, awesome. So the other one was AI training. This one was actually really, really fun. I was able to learn a little bit more about AI. Previously, I just kind of put in, how do I do this? And it would give me one thing. I'd try it, and I'd kind of just, all right, that didn't work. Let's do another Google search of how to do it on another place. And they really focused on continuing to prompt AI to like tell it, hey, that didn't work. What other solutions are there? And even with Cassell, I've been able to go into one of the AI programs and ask it questions on how to do things, and continue to say that's not right, or this is all I'm seeing, and it was able to learn and give me other ways around it, or how to do it in a different way, because a lot of programs like Cassell have different modules that you can buy, and so there are different kinds of ways to do things, and so continuing to prompt AI to help it understand what you're looking at, and you can upload screenshots and things like that. One of the big things that it's helped me to do is create job descriptions. So I've been able to put in job descriptions and ask it for help, or creating them from scratch, and having it give me a template, and then also what I'm lacking when I put in a job description, if it makes any suggestions on what I need to do. They gave me a few different AIs to try out. It's helped me with templates and redoing forms. And they talked about about half the class was how to stay safe using AI, making sure that you're not putting any personal data into AI, making sure that you're not putting people-sensitive information into AI. And so it's actually been really helpful to be able to know that I can use the AI in order to help me do my job quicker and more efficiently. So.
I'd also like to add that training was free through Davis Tech, and I had to commit as his boss was 3 afternoons of his time to go do that training. And I learned through NACO Leadership Academy specifically that this generation, the way to keep them engaged is not necessarily like free lunch, but it's to invest training into them. And though you might not think AI is an HR function, you also have to look at the generation of the employees that we have. And just because I wouldn't think that AI has anything to do with HR doesn't mean that they can't be innovative and think that. So he actually really enjoyed that training, and it was free. So.
And I would like to say I also enjoy free lunch.
And he does like free lunch, yes. Yes. So, okay,
So
anything
to
else?
recap, we need to talk back to AI and tell
Yes.
it you're not right.
You're not right. A lot of it, they said it hallucinates a lot. So telling it no, telling it yes, telling it I want this here, I want it there. And then one other thing they talked about was actually telling AI to pretend to be, so it was like pretend to be a lawyer, and what holes would you poke in an argument if there was somebody who was terminated for their timekeeping fraud, and here is our timekeeping section of our handbook. And then it actually gave me suggestions on where to improve, where I might be able to scale it back a little bit, and then it was actually very, very helpful.
So help you find loopholes.
Yes, exactly.
That's good. Cool. All right, thanks, Casey.
Thanks. Okay. Amanda.
Hey, hi,
How are you?
you guys, good. Oh, okay, my next slide, Fairy? Yes. Okay, thanks. Thanks, I'm Amanda Christensen, and I'm an extension professor in the Home and Community Department at Utah State University. I'm an accredited financial counselor and also the County Director of Extension Programs in Morgan. Grateful to have my team here and to have been invited tonight to share a little bit about what we do and who we are. USU Extension provides research-based programs and resources with the goal of improving lives. At its most basic definition, that is what we do. We operate through a cooperative agreement between the United States Department of Agriculture, the Utah State University, and county governments. So all three of those arms play a part in our job. The partnership also, in 1862, the Morrill Act created land-grant universities in every state. And then in 1914, the land-grant system was built on by establishing cooperative extension within those land grants, which is a partnership between the USDA and a land-grant. Utah State University is Utah's land-grant institution, to bring, at the time, agricultural and home economics information to the citizens statewide through outreach programs, realizing that you can't just educate the folks that are attending college and expect best practices to change in agriculture and home economics. You have to meet the people where they are to get that information out. So that's the birth of extension system as we know it. Now, fast forward and next slide. And we partner with communities across Utah to tackle some really complex topics over the years that have really evolved from ag and home economics to mental and physical health, addressing the opioid epidemic, to 4-H beyond just raising animals or attending an after-school program, to an entrepreneur program that gives youth actual experience creating a product or service and then selling it. And then also an empowering financial wellness program, which provides education and tools to address Utah's pretty unique post-COVID financial barriers. So just a few examples of how extension evolves and shifts to meet the needs. Next slide. So on to the people that are really the heart and soul behind what we do. I've been here 16 years. I'm in my 17th year, which shocks me. I've stood here many times, so it shocks me to stand here and say that. In the last 5 years particularly was what I chose to focus here. I've received nearly $3 million in grant money from the Utah Department of Workforce Services to create and deliver personal finance education, which I have done here in Morgan County and across the state of Utah, receiving 4 consecutive Best of State awards for those efforts. One example of how we address societal issues and create programs and resources to help people. Post-pandemic, we saw a significant need for estate planning education. Most people not prepared to respond or deal with sudden death, especially with regards to planning your estate in case of that. People typically thought, as we surveyed and tried to assess the need, that estate planning was for the rich, for people with major assets. So we tried to then change that narrative through education and outreach to help people see that there are beginning steps you can take to manage your estate so that the state of Utah doesn't manage it for you. I also serve as director on the Utah Financial Empowerment Coalition and project lead working with the State Office of Education on the Finance in the Classroom efforts to educate high school juniors and seniors. Okay, Nicole Reed, next slide. Nicole is our 4-H program coordinator extraordinaire. Thanks for standing. She covers youth development education, which pretty much, if you think of a topic, we're probably teaching it or have taught it in the past. So college and career readiness is one of her favorites. She also loves to teach about youth cover letters and resumes. Nicole is a great asset to our 4-H program. She's grown the program every year, and we have a while ago we surpassed pre-pandemic 4-H numbers through her leadership. So engaging an average of 365 youth and nearly 40 volunteer leaders annually here locally in Morgan. Nicole is really instrumental in expanding the 4-H and FFA rabbit programs statewide. If you want to talk about rabbits, just buy Nicole a drink and she'll chat with you. And she also serves as the Western Region Director of Finances on the National 4-H Professionals Board of Trustees, which only happens when you're really dedicated to what you do and really good at managing your workload. She's fabulous. Okay, next slide. Sarah Williams is our Extension Staff Assistant. Hi, Sarah. She's our office support, our social media guru, our newsletter creator, manages our budgets and takes care of deposits, all of those things. Sarah has been great to help us increase community engagement through social media and expand visibility through quarterly newsletters. And she provides the frontline support to hundreds of families that access extension programs in our office. Next slide. Maggie Matthews is an assistant professor covering ag and natural resources. Maggie has less than 2 years under her belt, so she's focused on building relationships and determining those needs that I talked about earlier. She's been successful providing events such as Crop School and pesticide safety certification. As I get to know Maggie, she is super energetic and eager to serve in Weber and Morgan counties. She will have a great impact. Okay, Andra Pettit. Andra is an assistant professor covering horticulture and has less than 2 months under her belt. So she's eager to put her energy toward, and what you will see us talking about in the future, things like the Master Gardener program, strengthening the outreach of the diagnostic clinic, helping people know how to take care of things they do or do not want in their landscapes, and expanding the availability of horticulture knowledge to the public through classes, research, and collaboration. She'll also do a lot with the Ogden Botanical Gardens. All right, speaking of fresh on the job, Larissa Thomas is our 4-H assistant who joined us partway through the summer where we fire hosed her with 4-H programming. Just threw her into the fire there. She'll help run our 4-H after school, teen council, summer camp programs, works closely with Nicole. She loves working with the kids and is a really great asset to our team. That's all I have prepared. I'm happy to answer questions and just want to thank you for the chance to showcase a bit of what we truly love to do in Morgan County and throughout the state of Utah.
Who are all the other young women there?
You want to tell why you're here? Sarah, can you speak for your friends? The gals that
Ooh,
are...
I want to see your notes.
This is really boring.
They're recording it all.
Just ask
Seen
AI,
a lot
right?
of
So
body
you're
scratching, and
famous.
heads down.
Champagne Church.
So thank you for hearing our need about the Master Gardeners program. I'm super excited to have someone here. We've been talking about introducing Master Gardeners here for about a year, specifically for the berm at the airport. And it's going to be lovely to work with you on that project. So I'm very excited to have you on board.
I have one question, Amanda. So what does it look like? I have some trees I can't get to grow in my yard. I've never used that service, and
Yeah.
so they always have this weird yellow. Do you just call?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you could reach out anyway. You can reach out. We have people reach out through social media. We have people call or come in with a sample of a leaf or a bark or
Or a
spiders
bug.
in jars. Yeah,
Yeah.
live bugs in jars.
Live bugs in jars.
And that's fun. And we're happy to help identify. Also, we just should get you Andra's card, and she'd be happy to contact you.
Like, I think there's a new little bug, a little beetle thing out
Well, they
this
will
year.
bring them in.
I swear, it's new to our area.
and tell you exactly how to treat it and how not to treat it. Really, like the best practice for that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you bring him in here
To our office.
office.
Yep. Yeah. No. And Andrea and Maggie work. They are Weber Morgan, so they're in our office once a week in person, but are really good about being contacted if somebody comes in and they're not here. They're really good about. We get that message to them and they reach out.
But please do not leave bugs with the county manager.
Send us all your bugs.
All the bugs go down the hall. Okay, thanks.
Okay, do we get a lot of people that use the service?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
We've been using them for ages.
Yeah, and Maggie
But-
is pretty
but it's-
active on our conservation board as
well
well.
known. So
Yeah. Thanks.
so the Master Gardener program, you're trying to extend what Weaver is doing with that program. Is that what it is? Or are you trying to make it? This is the hub.
I think that is the goal. I mean, currently anyone in Morgan can attend the Weber Master Gardener program and become a Master Gardener, and we have them. We have that currently. So the moving forward, I'm sure Andrea's interested in seeing what the interest is and the need and the space and all of those things that go into creating Morgan's own program in the future.
Because we're different here.
You're growing, so yeah, very
Yes.
different, very different.
Very different.
Yep.
But the beauty I've seen, especially with Master Gardeners in the other counties I've worked in, is I don't know if you've looked around our building, but our landscaping is less than awesome. But I am plant hospice. Like if you give me a plant, I'm going to ease it into its everlasting life with Jesus. I am not someone you give a plant to if you want it to live. Okay, I am plant hospice. But the Master Gardeners program, like with a like de minimis funding on our part, we can give them spaces like the berm at the airport, like our front entryway, like our library, like our public works, like our parks, and give them just the green light, no pun intended, to keep those plants not in a hospice status. And that's like, they love it. That's their love language, is making things beautiful, which is, I will write you a check. I will
won't be
not
there.
be,
He won't.
I will not be a Master Guard. I am a black thumb. Okay. But it's just really nice to have that on there. It gets a lot of community involvement and kind of an untapped portion of our citizens that, like, especially senior citizens, stay-at-home moms, like we get a lot of them that just really thrive in the program of Master Gardener. So I'm really excited that that's hopefully making its way to Morgan, and that our grounds can look very nicely mowed, but maybe our plants a little bit more coiffed than they are.
That's probably also a happy little tree.
Happy little
birds.
trees.
Oh wow, love that.
Happy trees.
Katie is a murderer of trees, so she will not be in the Master Gardeners program. But yeah, very excited about that. We're excited to have you on board. Do you
Okay, well, you just stand there because you're F1 action item.
Right. So I received information about cost of living increases. Utah State sends late July. They send salary updates for employees. And so I reached out to, what I was told in last year's budget session was to not not ask for cost of living raises in my budget for 2025, but to come to the council once I knew if and what that amount would be, that was approved through the legislature and then approved through Utah State based on performance and merit and all the things that also is tied to. So I reached out with specifics of the amount we would need to cover the rest of this budget year, and then I'm happy to talk in budget meetings on Thursday about the amount I would need to cover to add to the 2026 budget. We are a little unique in that we are on a fiscal year, so we are July 1 to June 30th, not a January to December. So I'm always going to be in this mode of needing to come to cover 6 months worth, and then another 6 months worth could be added to next year's budget request. Are there any questions about that? I know I am a Utah State University employee. Nicole and Sarah are funded. They are Utah State University employees, but Morgan County provides the benefits and salary for them. So then it funnels through Utah State through an agreement. They're Utah State University employees, but the pot of money still has to be approved by the county to cover those. That's why I'm not, yeah, so I'm coming to ask for specific employees' cost of livings and not others.
So how is that determined then? Is that's not determined by us, even though we are paying for it? Is that what you're
So-
saying?
No, it is part of the agreement would be Morgan County's got to sign off and approve any, we wouldn't just do that and then hold
No,
you
I
to
know,
it.
but I'm saying who creates the COLA amount or the raise
Oh,
amount?
sure, they went off of Utah legislature numbers. What was it, like 2 point, was it a full 2.5? Can't remember what they said is available to Utah State University for employees. But it was, then Utah State gets to decide, well, it's 2% COLA and it's 0.5 based on merit. They get to decide that from that point on. And then and then it just kind of trickles down. So I have to wait to get the salary, the official HR email about these employees to know what it is and then be able to come and ask for it beyond that. Yeah, good question.
So this amount seems pretty small for 6 months.
Yeah, what could we, yeah.
2%.
I'm
It's
just, I
not
just
a
don't
huge
think it
amount.
includes the, I mean, of course, we've already got the, what they're making. We've already put in the benefits, so it's basically just a salary increase.
It's the salary and benefit of, so 47% is the benefit
It wouldn't need to
rate
be
for this
because our
year.
budget, we already figured it out for this year. And with the little tiny amount of this, it's not, shouldn't be increasing our amount of insurance. And the only thing it'll increase is the retirement, correct, Kate?
So this is the other point of clarification.
HR. I'm not.
These are Utah State University employees,
So-
so it's Utah State University benefits as well. So
Oh,
their
so we're not paying their,
salary.
well,
no.
it's part of that $139,000 we pay a year.
Yes.
Yes, so
Okay, and
yeah.
so this amount just seems like that's 5 cents an hour for the next 6 months.
Yeah, it's minimal.
It's
when
not
you-
very much, and I'm just going, okay, so Utah State really did not raise them much,
2%, she just said.
but 2% is not that.
That's, yeah, half a year.
Yeah.
half a year, 6 months.
That's not 2% of their salary for 6 months.
Well, we pay for their benefits.
Right.
They're just not on our benefits and our URS.
Right.
But
Right, I understand that. I'm just saying it just
I'm
seems
happy
pretty,
to look at them. It is.
It's
It
just a
does
little
look
bit
pretty
little.
minimal.
Two
Right.
percent of $100,000 is only $2,000. So I mean, just,
You got two
so
employees.
$1,800 over 6 months at 2%. It's not, no, it's,
And you're
That
only,
is
and
2% of
it's
their
only
salaries,
some
isn't it?
employees, it's not all.
It's only 2.
Yeah.
yeah, so it's,
So this is normal. Every year we have this
We have
situation that
this
comes
every
up.
year. It just
That's
seems
why we
little.
set aside some funds in our budget. We set aside $50,000 for adjustments. There's funding available there. We
Yeah.
just need to make the
I'm not,
adjustment.
I just thought it was a little small. Sorry.
It was more as well. They do great work.
but they take more if you could.
I'm sure they will.
If you'd like to give more,
I just,
that
I
can
just was hoping
happily
that number
funnel
was
through.
correct. That's all.
Thanks,
I have
Lee.
no problem with that.
Yeah, I'm just
Thanks,
looking
Lee.
for a motion.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the budget change request to move $1,833 from the,
1041.50.520.
thank you, 1041.5520 account to the 104610-11-110.
I was like, you're about to make that really weird.
Sorry. Yeah.
11.
We have a
11-0.
motion by Commissioner Newton and a second from Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Katie,
Okay,
did you get
motion
those
carries.
numbers? Okay, 1041.50.520. And then the other one's on the paper, 104610.110 or 11-0. He's
Sorry,
being
I
weird.
was got a cold. I'm not thinking.
Did you hear
Thanks,
that,
Amanda.
Leslie?
You're welcome.
He's on cold medicine.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
For budget.
All of you.
What
Okay,
could- what
F2,
could possibly
Casey,
go wrong?
could you come forward, please?
So when I was calculating the garbage fund last year, I did it in the funkiest way possible. And so when I got my final number, I didn't multiply it by 12 like I should have for only a very specific, I think it was just medical. And so we only put in 1 month worth of medical. And so now we need to move $7,800 in order to cover the rest of the medical number, the medical.
And this is for who?
This is for Justin D and Cindy Mikesell.
And this is in
We
the
pay
garbage
a
fund.
portion of theirs out of garbage,
Yeah.
portion of their salary and benefits.
Justin D, I believe it's 15% out of garbage, and I think Cindy is 35 or 40%.
And so this would come from the garbage fund balance.
We're
to
not
the benefits line.
yet done yet, ladies.
Are you supposed to
Aren't
stay
you
for the whole
required
meeting?
to
There's
stay
hours
for the
more.
whole meeting?
Hours. So yeah, it would come from the enterprise fund balance, not the general fund balance, and be moved into the benefits line.
Makes sense.
I've gone ahead and corrected that and did it the right way this year to make sure that it's going to be correct.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the budget, budget change form for the garbage enterprise fund benefits line item, moving $7,800 from 57-2951-000-000 to 57-4424-130-000.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
Thanks, Casey.
you have a citizen request, Luke Majewski.
Hello, my name is Luke. I live in Mountain Green. I'm actually neighbors with Mr. Evan Walker. I'm proposing on putting on a fundraiser event at the Morgan County Airport, and it's a fundraiser directly for both the airport and the Mountain Green Volunteer Fire Department. This event will take place on one of the hangar rows, and it'll be a car and plane show where local residents and residents on the other side of the mountain can bring some of their vehicles and park them, and it'll be an event for spectators and people to come donate money and help fundraise for the airport. This will benefit both the airport and the fire department. All the funds and proceeds will go directly to both the airport and fire department. It'll also be a community benefit, as the fire department will receive money, funds that's needed for them to help protect our community. Pilots will get benefit, as the airport will receive money and will help make the airport a better place. I know there's a big old berm going in place, so some of this money can go towards that, or whatever the airport deems it's worthy for. For me, my benefit of this is mainly just networking and knowledge. I'm currently a student at the University of Utah, and I'm trying to start some more businesses with big events in the future, and this is my way of learning how to put on events and all the things I need to go through to put an event on like this. It's also a big dream of mine to put on a car show, because I'm a huge car person.
How's the money gonna split?
So my thought right now is 80% to the fire department and 20% to the airport. I'm open to suggestions with that. I'm not collecting the money, so whatever anyone thinks is best. Originally this was for the fire department, but I think it's good to include the airport on some of this as well, since we're going to be using the grounds, and it just would help uplift the airport as well.
So are they gonna pay a registration or something to be able to bring their vehicle there?
Yes.
And their airplane there?
Yep, so cars will definitely have a $25 entry fee to the event. Planes, probably something similar. It'll be a little harder with the planes. But that's something I'm gonna work with the airport. Figure out who wants to bring their plane and park them. And then entry fee for spectators will be about $10. It's not much, but it's just something to kind of help motivate people to give back to the community and help fundraise for a fun event. We also will be selling the goal is to sell t-shirts as well. All the profits from that will also contribute to the fundraiser as well. And the food trucks. So we have some food trucks there. Again, I'm going to try to see if they'll donate some of the profits they make that night to the fundraiser, or I will charge them an upfront fee to be at the show. That will also go directly to the fundraiser as well.
How many people do you estimate you'll have?
I'm estimating probably 200 to 300. I know the Morgan County Car Show is pretty big. This one's going to be a lot smaller since it's not been a recurring event. Yep.
Yeah.
And from some of the events I've seen on the other side of the mountain, some of the group of people that I know will bring some of their cars, I'm estimating about 200 to 300. That's the thought.
How are you gonna fit that many cars right there?
So I've kind of mapped it
I
out.
don't see it.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of see how you fit it. I'm gonna park them all along the hangar rows, some in the middle, and then some of the hangar owners, not sure exactly which ones yet, but some of them are open to having their hangars open. We'll have them roped off, but we'll have some of the cars also parked in the hangars as well. But I'm gonna limit it to about 50 to 70 cars. I have a registration process, so I choose which cars are coming just to make it nicer and so we don't have a crazy amount of cars. And so, you know, no offense to the 16-year-old cars, but we're trying, the 16 people that have cars that are pretty beat up, but we got something nice there for at least the first night.
So the taxiway there, I worry about that.
Yep, so this will go right up to the northernmost part where the hangars are. There's gonna be a cone line there, and then all the other airport rows will not be affected by the car, so they can still get to the runway.
So what are the airport, the buildings people that have those six hangars,
Yes.
the hangar owners, what are they thinking about this? Because they're not going to be able to fly.
Yes, absolutely. So I've reached out to all of them, and they are on board with the idea, and they're totally okay with it. There's one or two that said they may need an airplane out, and so I've talked to Buster Del Monte, who owns the big hangar on the east side, and he's happy to store an airplane there if needed. He has plenty of room. A lot of them said, though, it shouldn't be a problem. They're happy to either open up their hangars or have us block off those 6 or 7 hangars for that afternoon and evening.
Are you gonna have a crew there, like helping
Yes.
direct people and
Yep,
keeping
I'm
them
gonna
off the
have
runway? And
at least 10 to 15 people helping with parking, show parking, managing people, making sure no one's crossing the line of cones and going across the runway, cleaning up trash, helping people register and pay to come into the show. So definitely a lot of people. I can't, it'd be too chaotic just to have 2 or 3 people. And then especially the biggest thing is visitors and spectators are going to have to park on Cottonwood Canyon Road. So that's the area highlighted in pink. I spoke with the sheriff and the deputy sheriff, and we think that's the best area to keep cars away from and out of the neighborhood, because we could upset people if there's 100 cars lined stacked inside of the neighborhood. And then we're either going to have people walk on the sidewalk over, or I'm trying to work on getting shuttles to help shuttle people over as well. I'll have volunteers guiding people to park along the road and keeping them from going into the wrong airport entrances where they could cross the runway or affect anything.
What time of year are you planning on doing this?
The goal is October 3rd. That's the day I'm shooting for. It'll be a Friday afternoon. The actual event will go from about 4 to 7 o'clock. With planning and setting up and everything, it'll probably go from about 2:30 to 8:30 or 9. This would take getting the cars to show up, food trucks, and that, and then having them all leave. But the main event, where most people will be there between 4 and 7 o'clock p.m.
I have a question for Garrett. Is it allowed?
It is subject to county commission approval and certain requirements in our code, and I'm happy to go through those if you want me to do it now, or if there's any other questions for the applicant.
It's up to our chair.
Is there any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
So one of the requirements is that it has to come by recommendation from the airport management and the airport advisory board. And so did that happen? And we have, is it in the packet? I know I read the report.
They never sent me the minutes. They just
Okay.
sent me an email that said, we approve this.
Yeah, I did read the email
Yeah.
that it did go in front of the airport advisory board. And the request came timely. I think it was sent to management the day necessary to be able to meet the deadline required by code. But the ultimate decision comes from the county commission, but there is a positive recommendation from the airport advisory board. If we go to our code, section 154.133, it says every person conducting any form of commercial activity on or from the county airport must be capable of meeting and shall adhere to the following standards and requirements. So the first is continued compliance with all relevant federal, state, county laws and or regulations with any specific conditions or requirements identified by the county at the time approval of the activity was granted. So something that you said in your presentation just made me want to advise you. I don't know if you have an attorney helping you do this event. I'm guessing not, but
We're
if
gonna have insurance for it, but I don't have the specific terms.
So just make sure you're following any non-discrimination requirements of federal and state law. And so if you have guidelines or, okay, these are the cars that are going to come in, have those guidelines before you post it, so that if a car comes in that you don't want on there, you have to treat everyone the same as a government. And if you're doing it on county property, you still have to follow those same laws as if you're the county in not discriminating. So just make sure you've got your policies or whatever your criteria are outlined, and then you have a limit, and as soon as that limit's hit, you don't take any more applications. But my recommendation to you to comply with this portion of our code and federal and state law is to not pick and choose who you allow to come in arbitrarily. There has to be your criteria that you're establishing. Okay. The next is maintenance of the public liability insurance of the type and amount considered and approved by the county commission. Such an insurance will name the county as an additional insured. So do you have the insurance, or you'll look for an event insurance after approval?
Yes, so I have insurance ready. They just want to know if they need to have the county added onto that, which.
Yeah, so it has to be insured, and so that's up to the county on the amounts that you'll require for an event like this. Typically, we have $1 million in a lot of our lease and rentals. I know Commissioner McConnell said, $3 million would probably be better, but that, I don't think that we ever changed it necessarily. We might have a few with $2 million coverage. So that's up to the commission to decide what the amount you want to have. So you can think about that. The appropriate business license, I know that you've been engaging in the different offices and departments to get that. And then if paying a fee to the county on the basis of generated revenues, maintenance of adequate and reasonably available records relating thereto. So if it's the 20% or whatever you negotiate with the county, you'll want to have a list of everyone who's registered, the amounts that are paid, so that you can document that and then show that evidence. So those are the standard requirements. Other requirements may be imposed. Let's see.
What about food trucks? Is that legal in that area?
So I'm not aware of it being illegal as long as they're off the taxiway.
Runway.
Anyway, yeah, the runways. But that would be something that maybe Joe, our airport manager, would have more knowledge of. I can look into it, but it's your responsibility to comply with all the laws where there is a resource, but whoever you invite need to make sure they're complying with any laws.
I know I spoke to the airport advisory board, and they were okay with the food trucks. The area we're planning on putting them in, there's a blue circle on the north part of that green area. That hangar owner is owned by Josh Bond, and he said he'll be happy to park them in that area since it's off the taxiway, more secluded area.
Okay. I think we talked about this earlier as well, and that was part of the discussion of some of the revenue generated going back to the airport. So our code 154.130, it requires any business to be approved by the county commission, and then it says a business not directly involved in any form of aeronautical activity, which this arguably could be, may be allowed on the airport only if such business would serve and support the airport and flying community. And then it gives the example of an airport restaurant. Did you talk about having some planes on display as well? And so I think so to answer Commissioner Fackrell's question, I do think that this request falls within our code as far as all of the barriers to entry. It's just a matter of making sure all of those standard requirements are met. So there have been other requests, which I think is a good thing. Some are just outright prohibited from what they wanted to do, and we have a code on point that says, no, you can't do X, Y, Z. But I thought this one was enough to start coming forward to see if it's approved.
So do all of the airport hangar owners know that this is going to take place that day? Because it's right there at the beginning of the...
I'm not sure if all of them do. I know the 7 that will be directly affected, they know, and we'll be monitoring that entrance so people that still have hangars can come and we'll have someone there to let people in as well.
And how are you gonna keep people off of the runway?
So we're gonna have cones, do the best we can with that, and I'm gonna have some volunteers kind of standing in that area, making sure people don't go over there. And when people sign in, they'll be advised and told, do not cross the line of cones. It'll just be something that's pushed over and over.
Because you're parking a ways away from where you're planning on having these
Yes, yeah.
vehicles
So where
and
the
stuff.
visitors are parking, we'll have volunteers helping park them. There's that red X right next to the pink area. That's like the one entrance that they could possibly potentially walk through.
That's what worries me is
Yep.
that.
So I'm gonna have someone posted at that entrance pretty much for the entire show, possibly the sheriff there as well, and then
You gonna pay the sheriff?
I have not figured that out yet, but that's something I have to speak with them about.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. Are you gonna have police presence for the whole night?
That is the goal, yes. So I spoke with both the sheriff and the sheriff deputy, and they said that they are willing to help out with this event. And that's something we'll have to talk more about on where they'll be, what time, and how many people can be there.
Is the sheriff gonna be on his horse?
That could be cool.
That'd be cool.
So Luke, you're our guinea pig with this. Like, I know we talked about when we organized the airport advisory board that we wanted to hold some more public events there and bring people out to it, and you're the first. So we're all of us are learning as we go. So
I think this is a cool idea. Given that the date is early October and in Morgan, that could mean sunny weather or snow. And I speak from experience because I have a vintage vehicle, and when it snows or rains, it stays in the garage. What's your plan should there be inclement weather? Do you plan to move it dates or just cancel altogether, or what are your
My
thoughts?
plan would be to move it if all the hangar owners are okay with that. I could push it to the next Friday. I could push it to the Saturday after. So there's time to push it. That would just be something I have to check back in with the airport board as well as all the hangar owners as well.
It may be good to have a date just in case already lined up.
What about the week before? Because I'm familiar with the weather too.
I've thought about that. There are some more car shows going on in September, so I'm trying to do something that doesn't conflict with all the other ones, just to get some more of the cars up here and just have a bigger attendance. And also just as a planning, I don't want to crunch it too much because there's still a lot to figure out and reach a lot of people to coordinate with. So I'm trying to give enough of a buffer to the show. It goes over the top. It's not.
If you do it on it's on a Friday, is when you plan on that. It just seems to me like maybe Friday is a good time.
Yeah.
But I'm just worried about, like Mike, our Commissioner Newton, is the fact that the weather is a problem.
Yep, absolutely. So I'll have another date in line in place that I'll talk to all the hangar owners again. I know some of them said, because originally I was going back and forth between the 3rd and the 10th, just because I wasn't sure when I could do this meeting. And some of them were okay with the 10th, but I'll check in with them as well and just have that as a date if the 3rd doesn't work.
I wish it were on the 10th because I'm out of town on the 3rd.
Okay.
Okay, I'll look for a motion if there's no other questions.
And then I'll just make a request that you direct maybe Kate to draft something, because it does say it has to be prior written approval. So if we just put something in writing that can be given to Luke.
Sorry, just something on letterhead.
Yeah, on a letterhead that says the county commission approved.
And I'm assuming the motion also has to include the insurance amount.
Yes.
Okay.
Any thoughts on that number?
If 2 million is what's already in there,
I think
I'd say we.
The 2 or 1?
I think it's 1.
It's one.
I say one's on pretty much all our rentals. At least
Most are
one's-
1, some are 2.
Then I'd
I'm not
keep it
aware
at
of
that for
anything
now.
that went up to 3 yet.
So you're having a burnout or something, I'd raise it.
Yeah.
Let's not have
If you're racing down the runway or something.
not down there.
Luke, would
Question
you
for
be
you.
willing to, sorry, go ahead, to come back afterwards and give us an update?
Yep.
and Funds you raised and
Yeah, absolutely.
overview?
If it goes really well.
I'm hoping if this goes well, we can do it into a yearly event.
Awesome.
So, question for you, make sure that if you're having 2 food vendors or whatever they might be, just make sure that they get that proper permit and they pay their sales tax.
Absolutely. I'm not going to have some random person do that. I'm going to try to find a good.
Thank you.
And they can make sure they've got their licenses and permits, and that's what, Commissioner Fackrell's wanting them. Yeah, just have them come through the county. A lot come for the fair anyway, so maybe I'm sure someone would have a list of those that have come and done the fair, which might be the best way to do it. So you've already got someone who's familiar with the county process.
Awesome, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the request to hold a community fundraiser event at the Morgan County Airport, car show / plane show, with tentative date for October 3rd, subject to approval, or with the approval of the Airport Advisory Board that we've already received, and subject to insurance being provided in the amount of $1 million.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton, a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I will get that letter to you in email.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, Sheriff Stark.
So we had a meeting, what was it, February, March, when our current animal control contract wanted to increase on us yet again. And the commission tasked us to go out and kind of do a cost analysis on building our own facility versus a new contract. And we've kind of been waiting for the Mountain Green Animal Hospital to go live, which they are now. So that's why this is before you. So do you want to speak to your two options here?
Well, I think on both options, I think they'd both work, but I think working with Mountain Green would probably be a better option at this time. It's $1,000 a month. And we have vets on site. We don't have to worry about volunteers or paying somebody to go feed animals. If we was to build our own up at Search and Rescue, that's going to be, I think it was $114,431.
Wow.
After that, you still have to kind of
Yeah.
man it.
And this is a flat regardless of number of animals.
Yes.
Except for when we have the vet costs and we have any other kind of costs like euthanization.
It does include up to 250
It inc-
unauthorized
yeah.
vet costs per, which I don't think is
So-
unreasonable.
Currently, right now, we're paying $2,500 a month.
I thought it was going,
Save us $18,000
Yeah.
a year if we switch.
I'm gonna say, I thought it was going higher than that.
And we're paying,
I think
we're still
that's
paying for vet costs on top of that too, aren't we?
On certain-
On certain things, yes.
So a question I have is do you have a plan yet for trying to get some kind of through the animal control, because everything's going through the animal control person?
Yeah, me right now.
Oh, okay.
We interviewed this week, or last week.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So, anyway, my question is, are we going to try to find some kind of a adoption type program?
Yeah, so
in
I've
our
already
county?
I've already made contact with South Ogden, and they're willing to help us out on adoption. They have a 100% rate where they are adopting dogs out.
Okay. Because I'd like to see that happen, no matter what we
But
do.
they also don't want to work with us to house our animals.
Right. I understand that. So in this contract, or the draft contract or agreement, they say they don't have anybody there to take care of the animals on weekends. So how is that going to work?
Well, one of the vets live across the street, and one of their employees lives above. They have
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
we have deputies too that are out working.
Okay. All right. I would just like to make sure that we do some kind of a plan. I know it's in the future of trying to get some of these animals to nonprofit individuals, or nonprofit, not just Weber County, but our own, because I know there's a lot of people in Morgan County that would be willing to foster dogs or cats or whatever. And Kate, she wants to put 10 of them over there at her house.
Well, I'm laughing because he has a dog literally in his house right now because no one would take it. So
She's been there for about a month.
yeah.
She's
So I'm not familiar with these people that will take a dog
Well,
because he couldn't
There's another
even.
one you can get.
I have a couple people that I'll talk to you later on.
I think
so that
it
we can
lives there now.
have
I think his
a program going.
wife likes it more than she likes him.
And,
It's now a tax deduction.
It is now
anyway,
a tax deduction.
we can talk
yeah.
about that later, Corey.
I agree. It'd
So
be great
that's
to
the
have some-
smile. Is like he couldn't give this dog away, and you're like,
I-
we
now
have
I
all
can.
these
I
places
tried
it
2
can
days
go,
ago
and
to
it's
get
like,
rid of one too.
It's mine now.
it's his now. It doesn't like storms,
Oh, it doesn't like storms.
but It's his.
Well, we haven't had many, so.
Have you reviewed this agreement?
So I have, but not in time to have a discussion. I think some of the changes would just be minor. One would be that it's an agreement with Morgan County, since Morgan County Animal Control isn't an entity, and I just update that throughout the agreement. The other thing is I would request that it go till February 1st, so it's $5,000, and we don't have to violate our procurement if we can keep the contract.
But we did that already.
It was already out. This was a response to the bidding.
So we did an RFP, and then we got no response. So we were stuck with the 2,500, and then the action from the commission was go get an estimate of how much it would cost
To do our own.
to do our
which
own,
is what's in
and
the
then when they
packet.
go live, get an estimate from them. That was my ask. That was my task from our RFP.
But if we do 5 months, we can see how it works.
Source too.
I guess, I mean,
So
the
I
other
didn't put it
thing
out
is
for
the
RFP
other one
'cause
comes in bids.
put it out for
Because they
RFP.
want it at $9.99. It's like, okay, it really wasn't 2,500. I still think if it goes over that amount, it's 1 month difference.
Yeah, fair enough.
It gives
Do it.
us 5 months
Do
to
it
see
5
if it
months.
works, and if we have to, at that point, say, we really like them, let's put it out to bid. Now we can do that bidding process in time to get a longer term contract.
It's probably better for,
Because then we're not skirting that line of our code. I would still say maybe we could update our code, and if that's something you want me to do, I can have Janet and I work on that.
Okay, so
But I know that you're disagreeing with me, but
I
that's
am.
my recommendation
Okay.
based upon our code.
I'm just saying if we do it, I'm just asking. If we do an RFP and the commission reviews the RFP submissions, which are none, and they say the next action from the results of this RFP are XYZ, how is that not part of the extended RFP, or is it not?
Because now we have a contract
Okay.
with someone new.
So I don't do that again.
wasn't. Yeah, so this is just so now we're getting an agreement that requires a bid unless there's some exception under our code, if it was a state procurement, if it was a single source, if it was an emergency and delay, the public wouldn't accept the delay, but that's very rare, and I'd recommend not doing that. But then if it came back, like we send it out at the beginning of the year, well, no, probably at the end of the year, so that beginning of the year we come back in. And if it's going really well, I think we'll know after 5 months of this $1,000 a month, we say we want this to go for 3 years, or maybe it's a 3-year with
incremental increase.
another year after that, as long as no one disagrees with it. So I think that we'd be within our code on that. The other couple things is if I can just add in the indemnification language that would be mutual. So if there's any indemnification for the county that's approved by USIP, same thing with the insurance provisions, because we're technically not insurance, and we just have that language that talks about the pool. And then I did have a question on 12 with where do we house them if they have rabies? Because my understanding is when we've had checks in the past, they house them and they do the rabies test, and they still house them even if the rabies comes back positive, at least the prior dangerous animals or whatever I've dealt with.
I think normally if they have rabies and it comes back positive, we put them to sleep.
Okay, so they're just saying we're not going to house them after we get a positive
No.
test, is what they're saying, or?
No idea.
Well, and I agree. I'm just wondering, like, when
So
do
you're
they,
saying
do
it
they
needs to
house them
say in
until
there,
they?
they will be put
Yes.
down?
Okay, yeah. So they house them until they get the tests back, and then they don't house them beyond that. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
And I
That's a
think-
nice way of saying it.
I think even
in
on
the
that, they
contract.
still have to send. They got to send the head down to
To the lab.
brain.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a process. I just didn't know, like, well, how do they know if they have rabies until it's tested? So they just house it till they get the test back, and then they don't house them anymore. Okay. So with just those few updates I talked about, as far as listing Morgan County throughout as the entity, do it for 5 months, and then adding the USIP approved provisions for indemnification and insurance. That I would ask for those to be included in a motion to approve, and I can talk with the the other party as well to go over those changes.
Will they take cats and chickens?
No. No, they specifically
Or a pig?
stated no cats.
So what are they gonna do with the cats?
Same thing we're doing now.
Nothing.
I have
Nothing.
I had a lady reach out to
Take
me, a resident who rescues cats. She has a lot of cats, and I didn't know the answer to her question. Does Morgan County offer a spade and neutering day?
There are actually some people that do it within the county, but did we
There
used,
is,
we
there
used to
is.
do vouchers
has,
or
like,
something?
12
Do we now
cats.
still do that or not? Okay.
That is,
She shouldn't be calling you and telling you that.
Because
well,
that is
remember, we
against our
don't,
code.
They're not hers. She's just taking care of them.
Technically, she'd have to have a kennel license for
Yep.
that, but if she's got
I
more
know
than
they
3.
Well, she
but
just, they come and go. They're
we won't ask who it is. Mr. Chair, I'd move that we approve the agreement for animal control care with the updates suggested by the county attorney.
I'll second it.
Have a motion by Commissioner Newton, second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Corey.
thank you.
Cindy? F5. Oh, relax, Jeremy.
Not just Jeremy. Yeah. Approach the bench. It's the most official I've ever heard you sound.
I have been tasked to, I can't remember when you brought the lady from Cache Valley, or Cache,
Penny, or Betty.
Betty,
Oh,
and
gosh,
she
last
said
year.
that they put delinquent garbage on taxes.
It's not even a
And
click.
so I've been tasked by Leslie to do this, and we did a resolution to get this done. So my potential is I want to do it in October for this tax season. And right now I just ran a aging report, and we have about 8,900 delinquent in. So, and I've talked to John Singer, and he said we can do it. I just got to get the resolution passed to do it.
So you're adding it to their property tax bill, is that what you're
It's
saying?
the delinquent,
Amount?
the delinquent amounts and the delinquent accounts.
All these people been put on no notice, or their garbage cans have been
call-
retrieved, or what?
I call. We have not done the garbage retrieval because we find that it's costing the county money because they pay and then the garbages go back out and it goes back and forth. So at this time, Brett said, can we hold off? I stopped their garbage service. And normally that brings them up to a zero balance, normally. But these are accounts that,
Way past.
yeah.
So
But,
I know they've done this in Cache. I know they do it in Wasatch. And what you will find is people just won't pay it because they know they're going to pay it when they pay their tax bill. And some people, I don't know why. This is specific to Wasatch. I didn't know this happened in Cache. I don't know if it happened in Cache, but in Wasatch, they're like, well, yeah, that way I don't have to pay it. My escrow company has to.
That is a problem.
That makes a lot of sense.
I mean,
You're paying for it.
You're
but
gonna
it's
pay
just
for it
waiting
either
for
way.
it until the end of the year.
So,
either way, though, we
It's
need
pretty
to get
common.
it collected, and that's a good way to collect it, so.
yeah, so I'm trying this way to see what we can do and not take,
How many
Collections.
people are we talking about?
I can,
$8,900.
Oh, how many is that? 5,
That's-
10,
that's a
20? Are
lot.
they 3 years past?
If they hit the 7 years. can be
I'd
out of
say
tax.
about 10 to 15 account, probably a little bit. I would have to get your,
So that's quite so they're long past due.
There's some with pretty big balances.
And I call and call and call, and they don't listen to me. So how am I going to get their attention? I think this will get their attention.
Okay.
Are
Mr.
these
Chair,
individuals that qualify for like a circuit breaker? No. Okay.
No, if they did, then I would have, I would do a homesteaders or circuit breaker and get the paperwork out to them, but they do not.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Resolution CR 25-48, adding past due garbage debts on the 2025 tax notices.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nicholson and a second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Can I make a clarifying question? Commissioner Nickerson, did you say it's only for 2025 notices, or, because I think the resolution is written to be in perpetuity,
Or until we change it.
or, yeah, until it's changed?
This is, they just said on,
It says
Added-
2025.
yeah,
on
he
the
did say
2025
added to
on the
2020.
agenda.
On the agenda,
Yeah,
but.
I didn't catch.
But I do think it is,
the
the
resolution does
resolution
allow it.
is in perpetuity, so are you okay with that?
let me change my motion.
Well, I just want to clarify
Yeah,
it so
no,
that
I'm
we're
good
not
with it
back
too.
here in
My second still
2026.
stands.
Yep,
Saying,
yes, I'm good with that.
okay.
And could I just mention one other thing? We have had lithium batteries. One, it was in the spring, coming from around this area. And our garbage trucks, Robinson's garbage trucks, then he had to dump over here. There was a fire started. And one in Kent Smith Park, coming garbage off of Highland Drive. No lithium batteries.
That's your computers.
I'm trying to come to a public meeting to say, please, we've almost lost 2 trucks now.
And that's people driving those trucks too.
Yeah, and that's scary.
And the ones that do make it to the landfill often cause fires down there.
Yes.
We
what
have
do we
half
do
a
with
dozen
those?
fires a year at the landfill.
So yeah, that's a great question. What can the public do with those?
You can take them to the
yeah.
hazardous drop-off facility at the Layton dump.
Yep.
Even the little sea
So are
size.
they doing it on purpose though?
Any lithium.
Because
I think
they're
it's-
putting them in a
just
large
throwing them in the
dumpster,
garbage.
right? Not in their own dumpsters.
No, it sounds like these were picked up in the
In the
in the
garbage.
I think it's
residential
lack of
cans.
education
Yeah.
that those
That's
things
all it
explode.
is.
And I'm just,
I
The
just
little
saw the
batteries,
batteries wet.
really don't make a huge problem. It's your drill batteries and those bigger ones. And what causes is when they crush it, right? In the truck, when you compact it, or when they get to the landfill and they run it over with the compactor, it crushes it, and if there's enough oxygen, it starts burning.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
a
The,
little
the,
science
the dump actually has
education.
a fire rover that scans it 24 hours a day, and when a fire comes, it calls the fire department. They dispatch them out there to deal with it because it happens so frequently.
luckily, he dumped everything in Kent Smith Park. But then we had to get dumpsters there with a loader to load it back up after it was,
Before it burned the truck down.
yeah. So I'm just coming to say, please, no lithium batteries.
Okay.
Can we by chance put that on, not just the
Yes.
website, but maybe on the garbage bills every
Yeah,
month?
I
and-
just am doing the garbage billing, and I stopped it where I can
Make it
put
big instead of a
notice,
little notice.
please, no lithium batteries. Yes.
Because that's something I think, I mean, I look at it, but I don't really
Yes.
look at the small print. Because
Yes.
I know what my bill is every month, but somehow if we can go and make it to where it's big enough, that people will actually notice it,
Yeah,
it would be nice.
I will put that on.
Since one of our issues was inside the city, is the city going to do that as well? Do you know?
I will talk to
Okay.
Teresa and have her do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. F5.5 is a recess.
It's a recess.
I'm like 5.5. You kind of caught me there.
I was gonna say, I was looking forward to it.
You only got an hour left.
Well, and
Maybe you should.
so Gina and I were working yesterday at the courthouse.
How you doing? No, I need to talk to him. We've got a board meeting tomorrow, actually.
I don't
I have to
understand.
step away. To step away from the budget budget session for that Wasatch Integrated Board meeting.
It's gonna be during, meat and crackers time.
That's right. We only have
Okay,
once
I
a
don't know
quarter
who's
board
clicking
meeting, so
their
I can't.
pen. You're gonna get shot. Well, I always
Someone's
assume it's
clicking
Matt.
their
I always do this.
Okay, because this is how bad it is. I now set pens out for all of you, and I set a non-clicking pen without a cap on his spot, so he will not click. And he grabbed the cap on it. Okay.
Okay, we're back in session. Not even 5 minutes. Dave, welcome.
Dave's not here. Be old to remember Cheech and Chong, but Dave's not there. Remember that? Am I the only old?
No, I remember Cheech and Chong very well.
Trust me, I'm old enough to know.
Well, anyway, I was asked to come here tonight, and by the looks of what you put on the board, what I think you're probably most interested in, this is just a manual that explains, you should have just recently got the cooperative, the actual agreement.
Yeah, we did. Well, I
What's
got
that?
it. I saw it.
It should be in the process, should be actually, because the Attorney General's office has signed it this week, so somewhere you'll be
I
getting
didn't get
in
it.
the
I
next.
didn't get it either. I just got what they sent me. Is all.
What's that?
I said it must have been this afternoon because I've been current on my email.
So I have a
Oh,
question
it just
for you,
went
Dave.
to Boyd, Kate, and I apparently.
At what time?
3 o'clock, 2:57.
Yeah.
I'll
I
forward it
sent
on.
you a copy because you had some questions about it.
Right, I did.
Because what I would like to do is just go through it real quick so that you guys won't have any hesitation to sign it, because in reality, you've been on this system for years. This is the agreement that, one, covers my position as well as the backup. I feel like I should be standing here as a representative from an insurance representative from the Lloyds of Utah, because this used to be called way back when the insurance fund. But basically, this is the agreement that covers how the costs and how the management of wildland fires are done within the county. And there's two parts of the master agreement, which you should be getting now. If you remember, I came here a couple months ago for the participating commitment. Okay, this is tied into what that agreement that you have to participate. We went through that, and at that time, I told you that this agreement actually expired. But I gave you an extension letter from the state saying that even though it expired, you're still covered, which turned out to be a good thing, because just to give you a reference on the value of this, I'm sure you're all aware of our little disaster that we had a couple weeks ago with the hang glider on the Mahogany Mountain. When I took over that fire, the big concern I had is if we didn't get it stopped before the draw, that not only would we probably burn down Big Mahogany, Little Mahogany, we probably wouldn't catch it till it burned completely across thirst over onto the other side, and probably been $1 million fire. But I ordered heavy on it because I happened to know that we had some aircraft available within the region. So anyway, I hit it hard. But basically, that turned into probably be about a $75,000 fire when it's all said and done. But we didn't burn down Mahogany, we didn't burn down Durst. And so this agreement, if you go through it, it basically has requirements. I guess you probably don't have a copy of it, do you?
I just emailed it out to everybody, so they have it now.
Do you have it in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we go through the agreement, just at the first part where it says recitals, if you go down to F, you'll see that the participating entity, which would be you folks, this is the one where my position comes in. And basically, there is an agreement. The agreement was last actually done in 2016 when we transitioned Boyd, who used to be a part-time fire warden, We transitioned him to a full-time. I was actually Boyd supervisor at the time. We transitioned it to a full-time. And basically, the Reader's Digest version, if you want to look at what the county fire warden agreement basically is, you guys agree that the fire warden position represents the county on all wildland fires within the county. He's the representative. So basically, wildland fires are the responsibility of the fire warden. And also, as part of that, you guys get to pay 50% of that cost of that position. So that's basically what the fire warden position is. It has a few things on responsibilities. I do a little bit more than what's actually in the agreement, because when I was asked to take this position for transition from my previous position to this one, basically all the state told me was, your primary responsibility is just make Morgan County happy. Whatever they want, do it. And that's
good,
all that they
finally.
wanted, because you guys went 2 years without a warden, and you guys put in saying, what are we gonna do about this? So they came and asked if I'd do it, and because of my background, being a retired fire chief, having worked for the state fire marshal's office, so I do things for Dave Rich. I help him out. I help out Boyd on other fire department stuff because I'm a former fire chief. So that's not in part of the warden agreement, but we just do it because, so everybody's happy. At least I hope you're still happy with me.
Yep.
So as long as, so whether we're gonna, it's been talked about updating it, and when we do update it, we'll have a little more conversation on it. There's specific things that you would like a warden to do that might not be just strictly wildland fire, because I'd feel guilty if I just sat at the fire station while other things are happening when I have the ability and training and experience to do it. So we just do it. But basically the agreement is, I'm your guy for wildland fires and you pay half my costs. So that's really what that one is. But then if you go down, you have the main things that happened this year is there are some changes in the new agreement. And they're more technical than anything because there's been some changes in the law. Basically what it is the agreements have gone from being calendar year, I mean, they've gone to calendar year instead of fiscal year. The agreements used to be the state budgeting system, July 1st to June 30th. Now they're all January 1st to December 31st. So that was a change. And the other thing that was a major change in it, it had to do with the participating commitment. We talked about that a couple months ago. Is it used to be that you had to do 50% mitigation, could do no more than 25% on equipment preparation, and you could do 25 to 50% on prevention. They changed that so there's no more criteria. And that was to our advantage because part of what happened this last year, if you remember, they changed the way they calculated it, and basically our PC, our participating commitment, jumped like $100,000 from. But part of that, for the next 2 years, we get to take half and half of the cost of the new brush truck, which is over 50%. But they did away with that requirement, so we can use half of the price of the fire truck for this year and the other half for next year. And then where I'm picking up to pick up the other balance is I'm working agreements with East Canyon and Wasatch Peaks for their people that are doing work up there. Wasatch Peaks really going to be my goose that lays a golden egg, you might say, because they have that trails crew. So everything they do helps with mitigation. So everything they track will be calculated for going towards that. So that was the other big part that you're going to see in a change in the new agreement. So the other things as you go down at participating commitment, we just discussed that. And then if you go down and then reporting, I take care of that. Calculation, the auditor did that, appeals. Now, the next section there on initial attack, basically what that means is you as a county will provide at least a basic initial attack, which you do. And so that's one of the things that I evaluate is if we're doing adequate initial attack for the county. And if I thought there were deficits, I would come to the county and say, I need you to improve on this, but we're in good shape there. The delegation part, that's the part where you know it's going to be, if I bring in aircraft, hand crews, or anything, at that point you delegate the fire to the state. This is the part where it turns over, because you're expected on initial attack for the county to pay for initial attack. So when your fire department gets paged out, go fight the fire. If it's in your jurisdiction, you're responsible for those costs. Now, if it gets to be where we need the additional stuff, the fire's delegated and it gets turned over to the state, and then the state pays 100% of the cost. That's what the main crux of this agreement is because we know that they're not a county in the state that can afford a full-blown wildland fire. They're just too costly for the cost of the equipment. So that's what that delegation part is. And if you see, there's 4 sections on there. The one that I used on the glider accident was the B one, where I ordered additional resources that weren't on the normal response. The extra aircraft and the extra state and federal resources. So that's what kicked it in. So we delegated that fire. So at that point, when I delegated the fire, which was actually right at the beginning of the fire, because I knew I needed the equipment, the state was taking would be paying all the bills from that point on. So that's where that section is. Extended attack basically just means that when it goes past the first date, it's going to become a long-term fire that basically the state takes over responsibility. They'll either throw me as the long-term IC, or hopefully we don't have to bring in a national team. But that's all that means. And the training, ironically, because of my previous position and how long I did that, I probably have trained the basic wildland training for probably 75% of the Morgan firefighters, because I was training them even before I took this position, because Boyd had me train them. And now, of course, I just train them. I'll be training 6 or 7 that you guys just recently hired for the new expansion with the new station. So I know the training taken care of, because I've been training your guys for 10 years now. So we got that all covered. And the equipment, I have to monitor and inspect the equipment every year for the state as part of this agreement, that they get inspected annually by the fire warden. So I do that. So I just make sure the equipment's up to the minimum standards. And some cost recovery things, if we can recover costs, they'd like us to do that. And then the last of it, the probation and the revocation, those are just the standard. If you don't do what you're asked to do in the agreement, they terminate the agreement, basically what it is. But we're in no threat of that. It's been my pretty much passion to make sure that we keep Morgan at the high end of we're ahead of other counties as far as preparation and what we're doing. And that's just a passion of mine that I have, so I make sure we stay up on this. But that's the agreement that should be coming to you like very soon, like within the next week or so.
So we just got it 3 hours ago. So it'll be in the
Well, I
next,
guess that's pretty quick.
it'll be in the next commission packet. So is there any?
I guess the question I have is, do you guys have any questions or concerns or clarifications? This is.
I just got a question. So we had the fire from the glider that crashed.
What's that?
The fire that was caused by the glider that crashed. So when we looked at the section where it talks about recouping costs, so is that something like if it's a plane crash or something like that, or a vehicle, do we go, I mean, this guy passed away, but is that something like we would go to their insurance company and say, hey, you need to...
Whichever way you can, if it's a reckless burn, if it's an illegal burn, it's accidents, it's pretty tough. Something like the aircraft one, that one's probably going to be tough. But what this agreement does is if the county doesn't have the means to do it, this allows the state to do it. We have 2 members of the State Attorney General's office that are assigned to our division, and that's basically what their job is take care of arson, reckless burning, anything that, accidents. We don't go after people. Accidents happen, and and that kind of
No,
stuff.
so I was just curious, like with that glider, I mean, do they just say, okay, well, we'll deal with that, or is it, that's why I was like the insurance, or do we have to go after their insurance company or something like that?
They may, but since we
But it's up-
delegated
it's
the
up to
fire
state
at
to-
once it's delegated, we turn that over to the state.
But a
And-
good example would be like we had a few years ago a power line with Bountiful Power Company go down up here above Hardscrabble and start a fire, and they were able to bill back the power company for some of those costs to fight the fire, and they paid that.
The power company's a big thing right now, and we've had 3 power issue fires already this summer. We had 2 above the little resort. It used to be the resort over here.
Como.
Yeah, and then we had one there by the power station that's across the river from the sewer plant. We had a fire there. The wind and stuff and arcing and tree caught on fire, and that's the same thing that Como Springs ones were. In fact, the interesting thing is with the power thing is they also changed the thing on the PC. It used to be that you had to actually do work. You couldn't write a check to cover it, like the insurance premium you had to do. They changed, that was another change they did this year. You could actually cut a check. So if you don't meet the participating commitment, or you're like Morgan City, their participating commitment is so very low. I mean, Morgan City could cut a check, but what I've done with Morgan City on their PC is their priority is I'm having them clear the power lines around their power lines through town, because that's all, well, they've already demonstrated. We've had a couple of fires. So I said, well, let's do that for your PC, document your crews doing that. I said, it'll cover your PC and it will definitely benefit us. So that's what they're doing. So,
Okay, so apparently there's no action.
There's no action. This was on consent agenda last commission meeting, and Commissioner Fackrell asked that it be an action item to discuss, not this, because we hadn't received it yet, but this document in.
that is just explaining things. That's just a minute.
But from my understanding, you met with Blaine and clarified whatever questions he had?
Did I
Okay.
cover those for you?
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
So we'll be right back here in 2 weeks.
The question I would have is, really, you wouldn't need me to,
No.
this should just be, you're
I think we just
renewing
need
your
Garrett to
insurance
review it.
policy is
Yep.
what you're doing.
Yeah.
According
No,
to-
I
we
will
would-
say this is probably the best deal we could possibly do, though, because if we had to pay for these fires out of pocket, it could bankrupt us really fast. So this is,
Sometimes I've had council and commission people tell me it's a strong arm tactic, because in reality it is like an insurance policy, but there's really no other option. There's not like, you maybe could get Lloyd's of London to actually insure you, but I'm sure it'd be a lot more than what this would be. So if you think of it as this is how you're managing your wildland fires, it's a good deal for you, it's a good deal for the state, and
So do we know the
does.
cost for this next,
what's that?
do we know the cost yet for this next year? Because, I mean, it's gonna come out this week anyway, as far as our budget session. I'm just wondering, has the price increased for our share that we have to pay?
Well, your participating
We don't pay
commitment,
out
if you
of pocket.
remember a few months ago, took $100,000. Yeah, pretty close to $100,000 hit. Went from like 70 and 80. Well, let's say it went from 90,000 a year to 175,000.
Right.
But the
But other
thing
than
about
that-
it is those numbers are numbers, but we have ways to cover it. Like I say, your fire truck cost goes against it. The work the mitigation work, and if we have a cleanup day, for example,
So can you go over that with Boyd, and so he comes to budget session prepared, so we know costs on things?
there's no cost for,
it's a reporting thing.
we're reporting our labor and our efforts, basically.
Yeah.
So we've already bought a fire truck. Okay, now we say, well, half of that cost we're
So
going to use
even
this
if
year
it
towards
doubles
the
in
commitment.
cost, we don't have to worry about it.
As long as we have enough projects and equipment and
So-
stuff to help cover it, you know.
What I do, and what we do with coordinating with Boyd, he wants me to try to track everything. So I go out and have to, like I say, find projects to do. I may one day come and say, hey, I want to have a community cleanup day along the river. Just do some cleanup stuff. We track the time. In fact, if you do work around your house, And we'll have to get the information to you, because there's a spot where you can go to the web. If you do mitigation around your house, you could record your hours and that counts towards it. So there's no real dollar. The goal is we don't want to collect a check from any entity. We are more interested in getting the projects done, because that's really what's going to help us in a wildfire situation. If we can get defensible space, if we can clear out areas and do the work on the ground, that's more valuable than if you write us a check.
So would all the work that was done between Line Creek and Deep Creek this last summer, would that all count as well?
That does not, because the caveat is we got a grant for that.
Okay.
That would be double.
But those kind of projects, things like that.
Now, how that
just-
comes in, now what part of my plan is we did a project in Cottonwood Canyon, similar to what we did in Line Creek 2 years ago. Okay, so what I can do is I can take the crews that are on duty, and that's part of my plan with the new group that's moving over to Porterville. Okay, let's take time and go to Cottonwood Canyon and do maintenance and go up and do more work up there. That all counts. So the count of your firefighters doing that type of work, we can count their labor and cost to that. So the rule is if, as long as it's hard labor, that we do the labor, but if it's funded by another source, like a grant, well, it's already been covered because you got a grant. And that one was a grant project.
What about like Croydon Fire Station? Like building a new fire station?
But see, anything we do now in additional in Line Creek, now that they've done some work, if we add on to it, everything we add on to it that we do counts. So part of my job is to track where we're at, if I need to go create projects or push, say, okay, we need to do this. We need to do a little bit more work. So that's part of what my job is
to find those projects.
So I should never come in, ideally, I won't ever come into you and ask for, I need $30,000 to cover this PC because we didn't make it. My goal is never to do that.
Like that goal?
I do have a question. I found one.
The only thing that I can, there is a hard dollar cost though, is me. My position though is, and Boyd asked me about the budget part of it, and I just said basically I would put 3,000 to 4,000 increase of what you paid for last year, just because I talked to our budget person and they can't give me a hard number because it's hard to do with, we don't know how the season's going to go. And I just know that we had I think we got a 3% COLA increase. So I said, I guess the safest thing would do is whatever you guys paid last year, bump it by a percentage, because I don't know how else to give you any hard numbers on what that is.
And just to be clear, that's just on salary and benefits and stuff for
Yeah, most of the other stuff, the fixed equipment stuff, I don't know how much Boyd does, but I don't ask for anything. If I need something, I just get it from the state. And so my other costs are very minimal. It's just,
Well, and that's the other benefit that we get from the state is that Dave typically comes with a truck too, right? At least during fire season.
what's really interesting, and when we talk about the Warden Agreement, is if you actually read the Warden Agreement, the agreement actually says that from June 1st to October 31st, the state provides me a fire truck. From November 1st to May 31st, the county provides a winter staff vehicle. That's what the agreement actually says. We haven't done it, since I think you just pay 50% of the cost of the truck, and that's what it is. And I don't worry about it. I have other things to worry about.
So I have a question, and
I hope I answered your question.
Dave, I've got one
And
more.
with confidence.
Yes.
Dave, I have one question.
And our attorney's happy with this?
I just received it a few minutes ago, so I'll review it.
Okay.
I guess Blaine has one more question for you.
I have a question. I have it circled in here on page 8 of this workbook, or this procedures manual.
Oh, the procedure.
Okay, under that, you've got right now near just above the community wildfire preparation plan. Okay, so just above that, you've got the next paragraph. Now just go up a little bit more underneath the Utah code. Right by the Utah code. Down, fingers almost there. Here, I'll show you.
Well, what number is it? Just tell him a number.
It's under 4. Go to the next paragraph.
Okay, so special service districts. Okay, so from that point, we'll just go through and read what I wrote. Okay, so we have the special service districts are in a unique position in that they are eligible to participate in the CWS. When they become ineligible, so when do they become ineligible? And would that mean the PIDs, such as Wasatch Peaks, it says cannot bill them directly, instead billing the county municipalities in the jurisdiction. So does that, and of the special service district. So can you explain that to me?
Basically, with the way the statutes are and stuff, with the special service district, ultimately, it's a responsibility of the authority having jurisdiction, which by default would be the county. So when you approve a special service district, it's just something to, we had talked about whether or not we were gonna put Wasatch Peaks into a special service district, but we did not. We just kept them with the county because in reality, Wasatch Peaks really wasn't fully capable. They weren't a 24-hour fire department. They weren't, so we didn't enter in the cooperative agreement, the CWPP for that area. So what we did is we did everything to protect the county. So Wasatch Peaks, you guys are protected. If we had a fire in Wasatch Peaks, they're really in unincorporated county land, and they fall under your agreement. And part of your PC actually was assessed with counting as Wasatch Peaks not existing as a special service district, that it's county land. So that was a part of the calculation. So part of that figure, and because of that, that's why I'm using their work up there for your PC, because you're being assessed for it. Now, if they were assessed for it in their own cooperative agreement, what work they did up there would go towards them and not the county. So that's how we covered that. So Wasatch Peaks is, by default, they're a county land. They're not an incorporated. And in a way, we have the same issue with, I'm responsible for wildland fires, even though Mountain Green has a fire district. If they have a wildland fire, I'm actually still responsible for it because Mountain Green's not incorporated. So the way that it's set up, it has to be a government entity. What they did by doing this is allowing districts that, for example, if Morgan Fire Department doesn't cover Mountain Green because they have their fire district there, we do have, Mountain Green does have a cooperative agreement. They have to meet all the requirements you are, and they have an assessment. So, but they're a full 24-hour fire department. Wasatch Peaks never did reach that status. They were only there during the day. So that's why Wasatch Peaks was excluded. But it's that authority having jurisdiction, and that's what catches the county. So that's what ended up happening there. Because either way, you guys are still bottom line. You're where the buck stops.
Right, I was just not wanting to have to pay for something that is in a special district, if that's what it meant, and just protecting the people of the county is all. So, it's okay. But that was the main thing I had, one of them. Okay.
Well, we will put that agreement on next commission after Garrett has had time to review it.
F7?
Okay?
I'm assuming that's you,
Yes.
Garrett?
Well, that's you.
You need to let Dave go.
Yeah, everyone. But Janet drafted an agreement, and also there's an email in the packet with some of her
Dave,
comments.
You're good to go.
But
Thank you.
thanks, Dave. Thank you. You've read through everything and
I have.
are good with everything.
Well,
no,
there's decisions to be made and discussed. So if you go down to the email that Janet sent, she has some of her comments in there, and I have reviewed all of that, and I agree with.
So you've reviewed it.
Yes, I've reviewed
And
all
you
of
agree-
Janet's comments. I agree with Janet's comments, not with
Okay.
the response letter.
All right.
As well. I mean, they're not totally opposing either. There's a lot of overlapping where agreements made and then decisions to be made about how we want to, I guess, respond, and if there's some middle ground that we can reach.
So Bill Coots reached out to me today, and I happened to mention to him that we weren't comfortable with 5 years because we're going to put quite a bit of money into this, and to only have 5 years. I said more like 20 or 30 maybe. He did say, yeah, that makes sense, maybe 20. And he said he would talk to the board, but that was just our conversation.
And maybe that's something to go back with is, you know, the 20 years, does that justify the county investing so much into some of those improvements and still having that year cancellation or whatever it may be? I think Janet pointed out that also another part of the document, it has a much smaller 30 or 60 days, but having a year to say, all right, what's our plan? Are there any improvements that we can take with us, or do we just walk away with the improvements that are left? So that's the decision for the commission to say, we're okay with 20. Do we want 25? Like, is there? But it's nice to know that they're willing to negotiate on the time frame because of the projected outlay.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they're willing to negotiate. Kate mentioned that, and I don't know exactly what this means, that if I could ask for negotiation power from the commission. What does that mean?
So,
go
the
ahead.
text that you sent me was, can I negotiate with them? And I said no, because, well, when I checked the legal, and they're like, no, because no single commissioner speaks for the commission. So the commission as a quorum can give a specific person the authority to negotiate within certain parameters. So, but you just talking to them one-on-one, that we that's a hard no. Like, so they can say, just like in the original, it's like, I was given permission to negotiate up to X amount if we were to buy it, and then it turned out that they didn't want to sell. They were more interested in a lease. Well, I didn't have authority granted to me to negotiate anything but purchase. So that's why they can't, yes, the commission as a quorum can give someone negotiating power, but they also define the parameters in which they can negotiate.
Okay.
And all of that's done in these meetings, and then you could go back. We could talk generally as well, and then have them come to the next meeting and, put a fine point on it and kind of go back and forth and talk about, well, the reason that we want 25 or 30 years is XYZ.
I know their board meets tomorrow. They seem anxious to move forward. If you want to give me negotiating power after whatever we discuss here, then I can go to them tomorrow and explain it.
And yeah, that would be up to the quorum of the commission, but
we have budget tomorrow.
Well, not during budget.
And it could also be, maybe whatever the commission comes to as a group tonight could be presented. And then if they're like, oh, we're still too far apart, maybe, I think it kind of depends on how this item goes, and do we think that we're close enough, or do we need more of that negotiation power, or do we invite someone in for a work session or something like that, where there's a work session and then there's that action item at the, in the meeting later on. I know sometimes we do that as well.
Okay.
So question I have then is, can we, as you're talking about these 20, 25 years, 30 years, whatever it might be, because I can see why they want to do a 5-year, is because they want to be able to raise it if it needs to be, because of maybe inflation or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's their thought in that.
I don't think it's about the money for the rental rate. I think it's about the use of the property potentially.
I think
But that's a
something
good
we
question
need
we
to
could
figure out.
ask them.
That's where I think, like, I mean, a work session would be good to kind of meet the board and have them come here and sit down and just kind of this is where, because when I was reading through this, to think that we're going to invest $500,000 and it's only guaranteed for 5 years, I was like, that's kind of like a hard no.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for very little. You know, and I kind of reiterate this to, you know, kind of liken this to leasing range ground. If you want me to range cows or replant or fix fence, I better have it more than just a year.
That's right.
Because I got to recoup those costs. But I think it'd be nice, you know, like, okay, what, you know, I didn't see anything in here. I mean, I know on the original one we talked about on the west side, they have that easement through there as far as putting trees. They're going to have to access that to run a new pipeline, things like that. Like, I didn't see that anywhere in here as far as, you know, I think a work session would be extremely valuable with them to just kind of, okay, here's our grand goal. And I think that's kind of difficult for one person to go, like whether it was Kate or whatever, say, here's what everybody's vision is, and kind of, I mean, I'm totally in favor of obviously leasing this ground and extending the park and that, but just make sure we get it right, you know, and that everybody knows where everybody's coming from. And that's where I kind of like the idea of a work session with them, and but that's just my opinion. So.
Is there a reason they chose or rent over to lease?
Yes.
Yeah, and in fact, the rental, so what
Janet wrote up was
a rental agreement for auditor purposes.
Yeah, it's because the auditor, whether it's our auditor or their auditor, like the legal definition of lease means something very different than rental. And one, they would have to double insure if it was a lease. And so it actually costs them money for it to be a lease, where the rent, it's not.
Kate, that $550K, does that include the price of a new playground structure? That doesn't include that.
It does not.
That's just the improvement of the.
That is what we were going to apply for the grant for if we were going to put the multi-use fields. That's the multi-use field grant. To put the multi-use fields out at Kent Smith, it would cost the same amount that it costs us now out at the fairgrounds.
So most of it's irrigation and field prep.
Yeah.
Because the
It'd be
parking,
probably
we were
close
talking
to
about
double
doing
that,
gravel
wouldn't
parking,
You could
right?
spend,
Right,
for
but-
a good playground could cost that much money pretty easily.
Easily.
Brook was over 60,000. There's nothing there.
And it's
a swing set and a slide.
It's 20 feet
60
long
grand.
and 15 feet wide.
So we can't just
it
buy
could
it
fit
from
right here.
Lifetime. Yeah, we have to get a special that
But-
that our insurance approves of, and it's, yeah, that's a playground.
Our insurance probably doesn't approve the one that's there now.
Well, the good thing is we found out that Lydia is a certified fairgrounds inspector, playground inspector. So she's going to inspect all of our playgrounds before the end of the year and give us a triage of which ones are more likely to give us an insurance claim than the next.
Yeah, the old days of the steel slides and all that we got burned on, no more of those. That was
But we survived.
Lame. I said lame.
I know.
so
So yeah, that's where the 550 came from, is because when we first started this, we weren't sure if the multi-use fields were going to go out at the fairgrounds or out at Kent Smith, depending on which one we got first. And we got, obviously, committed land we already have first. But if we were to do the same thing out at Kent Smith, that's where that price tag comes from. So that was kind of our, hey, we're going to dump some money into this. So we have some skin in the game, whether you charge us $1 million a month to lease it or whether you give it to us for free. Like we're going to improve this property, and so it's not just going to be bare ground. And because when we met with them before, they were pretty adamant about, you know, issues with parking and making sure we weren't parking in their spaces and possibly extending bathrooms and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this does not, that estimate in no way, shape, or form includes the playground.
So how do we want to do this?
So I will let you know if, since it sounds like you guys are leaning towards work session, excuse me, we do have a work session already scheduled for next month, or next meeting. However, there's options. We can, because it's gonna take a solid hour. Do you want to, we can meet at 3:30, or we can do a secondary work session, and not start the commission meeting till 5:30, or we can just do it all at once as an action item. Does that sound correct? Okay.
So I guess my question is how, what's the urgency? Is it an urgent matter? Do we need to have it immediately, you think?
We couldn't
the
move dirt
safety
on this
issue
one.
was getting more parking. That was the main thing about this, was getting more parking for safety issues, especially with all the soccer games coming up. But
As your
I don't mind
unofficial
meeting-
budget person.
I don't mind.
I don't have any
meeting
money
at
to do anything with it this year.
Okay, well, I don't mind meeting
Okay.
at a different time, but if it's not an issue, just put it on the schedule. That's
Okay.
how I feel.
So I'll get with them and see if it works
I
for
think
them.
Raylene's doing a good job of going and representing us and things, and
So do you want to
letting
see if
them
it'll fit in
understand
their
that we're-
schedule to do a work session in 2 weeks? Because how many, would we need a quorum of
Let you
them
do
as
that
well?
since you kind of do the schedules. 'cause I don't
So
know.
would we need a quorum of their people?
Probably.
Probably.
Or someone with authority.
Okay. Cool.
That knows. I think it's kind of hard though to know the extent of what everyone's thinking.
Right.
Unless you've had lots of discussion about it. And so that's where even giving authority to Commissioner Blocker when, yeah, we've talked about it, but we haven't gone through all the issues. It would be nice to just have everyone there if they could, or at least a
Aren't there
quorum.
That'd be
board
great to
meetings at,
meet
like,
them.
1 or 2 in the afternoon.
That doesn't work for Vaughn.
I have parent-teacher conference.
No,
in
I'm
2
just
weeks.
asking, aren't they in the middle of the day? Like tomorrow? Or isn't it at like?
Well, we couldn't notice it that fast.
Oh, I know, I'm just asking, aren't they? in the
Oh,
middle
when
of the
they
day? Last
meet.
time we went.
No, they met specifically for us and they didn't have a quorum. Yeah.
At night?
Yeah, that's why I was like, there's no way we can go tomorrow because we have agenda or budget, sorry. So, yeah, they were just meeting with us and that wasn't a quorum. That's why there was only 3 and one of them wasn't a voting member. Okay.
How many's on the board? 5 or 7?
Oh, I knew this.
I think it's 5.
I think it's 5. Okay, so I'll look into that.
Okay.
So, my task is to get with them on a quorum and designated negotiator to do a work session, preferably in the near rather than late future.
Correct.
Okay.
Everybody good with that?
And that's, you say in 2 weeks or in?
As soon as you can.
Because if they can in 2 weeks, I mean, I would love to do it in 2 weeks, but if they can't, I don't see this. So,
We could have a work session after the regular session.
how do you want to meet at 9:30
Well,
at night?
I'm just
Question
saying
mark?
because of them not being able to be here.
Right.
Have it afterward and have that work session. We start at 5 and, or whatever. I don't care. I'm around.
You have to be done by 7 because you have a work session at 7?
I don't know what she said.
I don't know.
I
Okay.
wouldn't argue with that.
Okay, the next one, if you're good with me moving on. Chair?
F8.
Okay.
Kate Becker.
So I need a second budget adjustment on the car show. The final revenue came in and the final expenses came in, and I have to do a secondary budget adjustment. I put the first one that you guys approved, in the packet as well, but I need an additional $1,141.53 to pay the rest of the bills.
So I was looking through that.
I made sure everything under the sun was in that packet, because I knew you were going to.
There were some expenses there that I don't think were ours. And I
They turned
can't
them in.
specifically tell you where it is because it's on my other computer at home.
Well, what do you know? Here we go,
Yeah, no, keep going through it.
right? So
Okay, so they brought in
there's your revenue,
97,
99.70.
99.70.
Okay, and then I
yet
coded
our
this.
expenses.
Car show.
Okay, you got
Car,
the car
it's
show.
even color coded.
Not so fast.
Coded. See where they all say car show? Yeah. Okay, so which one do you have a question on? And I can actually pull up the actual check.
Okay, my question is you're saying that it is 9,600 that we spent in the car show.
96, 25, 42.
So you're saying we have to pull out and from where?
I have to increase the revenues
Okay.
to show, because the last ones that you guys did, I didn't have all
Right,
the
we
revenues
just didn't
in.
have the revenue budget in there, and so that's why you're saying.
Yeah, last
the-
time I showed a revenue of 83,9470, because not all the checks had come in for deposit.
Right.
I was told that all the expenses were in, and they were not. So this
that's
was the last one that you guys approved back in June.
Okay.
So we increased the revenues to 83,9470 to offset the 72,3258 in expenses.
So what you're asking for is you
Is-
want to go to have the revenue be the higher amount, which it is,
Which is the 97.9970
right?
in
And-
revenue,
And
and
our
96
expenses were 9625. So basically, all you're doing is you're increasing this line to make sure that we have this one here to cover it.
Correct.
And
Just like we did
we're
last
not
time.
we're not approving it to come from any kind
Nope.
of a fund.
It's-
It's just,
it literally says right
it's
here,
just
increased revenue.
You
I'm
gotta
okay
increase
with it.
both of them so you can.
Yeah, so you can balance it. I understand that.
Okay.
Okay, I
Mr.
just want
Chair.
to make sure that that's what it was.
Yes.
Move that we approve the budget adjustment of $1,141.53, moving from GL 35-3680-000-000 to 35-4510-310-400.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton, second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, F9, Kate?
Okay, so we discussed this last commission meeting of needing to put in there who is exempt from the deposit. So that language, scrolly. Right here, groups exempt from deposit fees. So Janet added this section. But of course, put in here that the county commission can expressly require a deposit if you guys think that it's an event that needs a deposit. So like if the Lions Club decides to do like a week-long car show or a month-long something, or there's a lot of foot traffic, then you guys can say, yeah, on that one, we're gonna need a deposit. So are you good with this language add?
Looks good.
So I have a Garrett question.
I have two.
Okay, so since we just passed this as CR 2530, do I need a completely different resolution number?
Just a minute.
Because this is how I've coded it in our resolution. Yeah, version 2. Because I need the historical data, so I can't overwrite it completely. So it either has to be .2 or V2 or a completely different resolution number.
I would just go on the next resolution number and you can code it as an amended.
So let me get you a number. So it would be 2548.
So why can't it just be the
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
2530 version 2?
I don't know. It would be
Point two.
49.
Well, I think you could do it that way. I think it'd be
She didn't put
less
her-
confusing if you can just say amended CR 2530. Because then version 2, if it comes and it's way later in the year and we're at 49 now, then I think there's more confusion to that.
It'd be easier to look it up if they keep doing it.
I'm just worried about somebody that might just look up the 30
The
and
30
forget
and
the
not-
48 or 49 or whatever it is, instead of having it all under that same one and as a .2 versus a
So
whole
you're
new
gonna
resolution.
remove 30, right?
I guess
Once
what
you
I'll
put
say-
48 or 49 in place, you remove 30, don't you?
No, it stays
It
as
still
historical.
stays in
Stays?
there to
Gotcha.
show that it was approved whenever it was. So, I guess legally, I think you can do it either way. So maybe it's more of a Kate question of
I think
how
it
is
would
it
be better
easy to
to do
search in
the
the
second
system?
version if the people are gonna do
know.
that.
Yeah,
thinking, but
because
I
I
don't
can
play an
I can
attorney
see
on
a
TV.
person like
I don't
we've
think
had
it's a
in the
legal
past.
question, really. It's just a preference of how do you search it. I think
Okay.
legally you can do it either way because in the past we didn't even have written resolutions for everything that we did. That's just something that allows us to track. It's a tracking thing more than a legal
So
thing.
according to parliamentary procedures, we could probably just amend that resolution?
I need to still keep it for historical
Two.
data.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, version 2, because I can just see there might be somebody out there.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it already that would go and specifically, such as the highway up there at Creighton, in Taggart.
And we could easily, on the
Can possibly go and
25-30,
say, oh, well, that wasn't in there.
put red line
I just-
amended on this day.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to do
So-
it, because the only way that would happen is if they didn't. I think a red line on the original or some indication, a flag that says this was amended on this date to
It's a good idea.
whatever version.
That's fine.
Cool.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution CR 25-30 V2 as updated.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the second part of this item is we have had people in the past, and one tonight, that have wanted to overnight, just, we can't call it board, but house their horse in our, like, let's say they're staying at Nine Springs and they want to leave their horse in our paddock and just for the night, and then they leave the next day so it doesn't have to stay all night inside their trailer. Habitually in the past, our public works director has just verbally approved this. However, those of us that survived the fair remember a situation that was not fun, where we had no idea whose horse it was and somebody took it home. And that's a problem. So, so Janet kind of drafted an agreement where it's not really a fee, because once you add a fee, you also add liability. But it's just acknowledging, like, this, you're doing this of your own volition, not our circus, not our monkeys. If your horse gets injured, that's on you. Like, it's just literally a.
If we catch you throwing poop in the river, has it got something? I don't
I
even
didn't
like
put anything
it.
in there. So that's
I
what
think
I'm
this
saying
is
is
an
like,
okay stopgap measure. Eventually, we need to have established camping stalls with horse things where they pay their $60 a night.
it's rodeo season and this
And
is
hook
happening now.
But for now, this is a good
I need something that
stopgap.
indemnifies us. And so right now we have the lady that's doing it tonight. She did sign this. We did not charge her the fee because the fee was not approved by the commission, but we did have her sign this just as a covering our butts. But I think we need something until we either put in the stalls where people can do that, which it sounds like our electrical is not going to get finished till the spring of next year anyway, but this is happening. So either y'all say absolutely not, nothing, or you give me something that protects us. That's kind of where I'm at.
So a question I have on that is the cost, $20.
Well, I
and
think she
where
just put
are
that
they
in there.
putting them? Do they have their own portable stalls that they brought?
I think they just literally put
No,
them in the
they're
corral.
putting them in the corrals at the fairgrounds, like behind the chutes. They're putting them in there.
So nobody's there with them. It's
They
just
are.
the
No,
horse.
usually they're there. Usually they pull in with their horse trailer, sleeping quarters horse trailer, right?
Okay.
And right now they're plugging into
They
our
plug
power in
into
a lot
our
of
power
places.
and our water.
And filling up their troughs with our water.
So I was just
and
wondering
putting
about
their
the
horse
cost.
in the pen.
There is
Yeah, and
one.
the last time I was over there, right after the fair, the week after the fair, I went over there with one of my kids to drop something off, some supplies in the container. And when we came back out, somebody pulled in there, and parked and took their horse out. And they were scooping up poop out of their trailer, right? And I watched them, and as soon as I drove over there, they kind of stopped and crouched down. I said to my daughter, I said, you watch in the rearview mirror, they're going to go throw that in the river. And sure enough, they did. They walked out of that trailer, tossed it in the river. So, we got to do something to control it, and it's either lock it completely and not let anybody in, or have some kind of rules. And I think this is better than not letting anybody in, because I think you're still going to have people show up and camp out in the parking lot and stuff.
Offer
Unfortunately,
this, are you going to offer it online where people can go in and reserve a spot?
No.
So many days in advance.
That's if we had
I would prefer
established
not to
places.
do it at all, but
Well, my problem is
Happening.
with that is throughout this agreement, we have potentially Brett in there.
potentially what?
Brett's name in here, that they
Yeah,
contact
we
him.
have that as like a contact.
A contact person. Well,
He's the one
I know
doing it
that Brett
anyway.
is very difficult to get a hold of after hours. And so we've got to have some other system where we can get them to have permission or to whatever. Maybe go to,
Okay. So we can have 2 points of contact, Brett and myself. I don't have a key.
yeah, I know you
I can get a key.
Well, there's nothing to unlock.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you can just pull in there right now.
Just pull in, the gate's open.
My animal husbandry is a 16-pound puggle, so I don't know anything about horses.
Okay.
And he eats chickens,
I don't
not
know.
hay. So I don't know.
I guess the other alternative is to, it's a good starting
Yeah.
point, at least. It's
So do we need to
something,
add
but-
in there that there is a fine if we catch them dumping in the river?
Yeah, that's
I think the
that's
cleanup, there ought to be a fine from any, because you go over there, I mean, we were over there today, and there was hay and manure out on the ground out there where somebody had scooped it out of their trailer. It's very.
But I think we ought to not be $20.
Yeah, I think it ought to be higher
Well,
to discourage them.
I would have to bring this back because I again, not an attorney.
This is just a draft
But I
anyway.
think that, well, one, it's just a draft because we literally have someone there tonight. But at least they called like a week in advance and were like, hey, I'm passing through. I'm coming from, like Montana all the way to Arizona. I saw that you guys have a fairgrounds. Is there any way I can like just overnight? I'll be gone in the morning. And since I know Brett usually says yes, and it's like, okay, this is happening all the time and we need some indemnification. So my concern with the fee, on approving this language with a fee, is that I feel like when you have a fee, there's some responsibilities on our part as well, and I'm worried about what that would look like. Do we need to add the USIP language in here? Like what? That's my concern with passing this with a fee in this, like,
You're just
quickly
saying,
drafted.
You're just saying a fee in general.
A fee in general.
I mean, there's premises liability.
I think if you let them know, no matter what, you've got some liability.
Yeah.
Right.
Whether there's a fee or not.
So we have duties to trespassers, we have duties to invitees, licensees, like there's different, so there are different levels, but we still have duty to trespassers as well. And so at least putting something in where now they have duties and requirements back to us, I think is better than just our duties to trespassers where they have no duty to us.
Okay. And are you good with starting with 20, or do you think it's?
I think it needs to go a lot higher, but that's only because,
I don't know what it
I'm just telling
costs.
you from, I'm
Beaver
telling
is
you
30?
from, if you go to a public ground up in Fort Eunice, they're up to $26 a night now.
Yeah, and that's
okay?
what I don't.
Which is, and you're not bringing horses, and they don't give you any water, and they don't give you anything.
That's
And so-
public. If you go to a private campground, you're
Yeah,
$60
it's
to
gonna be
$80
$60
a
to
night.
$80 a night.
But that's with hookups. That's
Yeah.
with water and power.
Right. So my
what they're
my
using,
thing
right?
is, and I think most of us
Is I
most
don't
of
want
us-
them using it because they're plugging into 110 outlets and running their AC units that
Yeah.
need 220. I mean, it's
So wait, are there two different charges? One for the horse stall,
And one if
40,
they
and
stay?
the camping.
Well, I'd like to discourage the camping
Why
at the
can't we
fairgrounds
put in
until
there
we
that they
get a
can't use
facility.
water and
Because they just say
Because
that guy
they'll
with
do
the
it
hat
anyway.
told me I could,
They're just going to do it anyway, unless we lock up the hydrants.
and the electrical.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
this
I
is
guess
why
they-
we've got to get a permanent
see.
solution in place. There's demand.
Just
There's a
make
lot
it
of
happen
demand.
super high.
And we are addressing the
$1 a
demand,
night.
but we can't
Yeah.
address it overnight. And so I'm trying to address the liability.
I would say $50
For horse or camp? Or
horse
both?
and trailer.
for horse and trailer.
Yeah.
So
And if they're just putting a horse there,
Jared is checking right now to see if we can even set a fee, since this wasn't a public comment. That wasn't noticed. It was just,
Well,
are
yeah,
you guys
you
even
probably have
willing to do something like this? So he's
Well,
checking
and I
on
think
that right
we
now.
need to
Let's pass
post the
this.
rules and
Without
requirements
the fee,
too.
pass it without the fee,
Pass this. and we
unless
can
you want to give
rebring
him
it.
5 minutes for a potty break.
I don't need one.
Okay.
I think you're right. I don't think we can set a fee
I
without a
don't think we
public
can
hearing.
either.
Which
quit
requires
law.
10-day notice before the public hearing.
So let's remove number 4 and pass it as is,
Okay.
so that at least we have
On
some
the other
guidelines.
highlighted portion, are you, and take out,
What did the other one that you had that was highlighted? There's another part in there.
That's under 5,
further.
bullet point 3.
5 bullet point 3? What are,
I thought there
what
was
am I
another
missing?
one. Okay, I read it on something else.
Okay.
And I don't have it
I
here
think the
because it's
question
in
is
another
that too high of a health and legal compliance standard for them to have the proof of ownership, current health certificates, proof of negative Coggins test, which I don't even know what that is.
Annex to us.
Oh, that's.
But she did.
That's one of
Detail,
the,
if you'd really like to know how
Janet
they
did. She speaks horse.
Yeah.
I do
yeah,
not.
that's a disease that can kill a
doesn't
horse.
seem very comfortable for them.
And so,
It
and
might-
who
it
is
might be,
managing
yeah,
that proof
difficult to
of
verify.
ownership certificates? Unless we have someone who is familiar with that to verify
Well,
those
I think
things, which is
part
not
of that
Kate.
was, I think part of that language and what triggered her to add that language, not the stuff I have no idea about, but the proof of ownership is so that if we have 2 people and they're taking home a horse that's not theirs, we can say, well, because of our rules and requirement, it's on you to prove ownership. It's not me to say someone stole your horse or that's not your horse or what have you. That's on you to prove who is the owner of the horse.
Yeah, I guess just
Well,
because
and-
requirement doesn't mean we have to go
Yeah,
out there every
it's just-
time and say, show us all these things,
Well,
right?
and if they're
It's-
signing this, they're just attesting that
That they have
they
it.
have it.
Correct.
We're not having them upload documents, and then if for some reason they don't have it, say, well, but you signed the agreement saying that you did. You affirm that you did.
Okay.
So delete 4.
Delete 4 and we're adding me as a secondary contact. My phone is on me. So,
And just so maybe you think about it for the next time it comes back, if we are going to look at doing a fee, maybe you have the standard fee with a deposit that is returned if they don't violate the terms by scooping into the river or leaving it dirty or something like that. I just thought I'd bring that up before I forgot.
It's hard to,
Yeah,
it's hard
it's
to
hard to
hold a
refund.
deposit
We
and
have to
refund them,
refund.
but
It's hard. Somebody has to inspect.
But eventually, if we could create a facility that's designed for it, then it's not a big deal. Then we know exactly, and we put an agreement together that's online. You scan a QR code, you go in, go, okay, that's what I want. We can even set it up so that the electrical hookups would not even be accessible. They wouldn't even turn on until it's
They'd made
gone
their
through the
payment.
system and they've made payment. And then it would turn on the power so they could use it. Like there's technology to make it so it would be very little effort from our part, but could be a pretty good cash cow actually. I mean, because you go over there almost any day of the week.
this is horses.
There's a couple of
Cash
trainers.
horse, not cash cow.
Cash horses, not cash cows.
Cash
Well, maybe
horses.
they want to leave a cow in the
They'll
stall.
put a cow
I don't
there,
know.
and I mean, they could be stopping there.
I think it
I
says
doubt-
horse
Maybe they bring a
specifically.
llama to the stall. I
Do we
don't
need
know.
to remove
Or
horse
maybe they'll
overnight
put sheep over there for a little bit.
animal layover rules?
Yeah, that might be a good thing. to
Yeah,
do.
animal, maybe not just
Let me-
horse.
Not just horses, but animal layover. Yeah, that's right.
Charge you for
That's
your
why I'm saying
chicken.
$50 a night. That'll discourage a lot of
Animal.
people like that.
And we're removing 4 temporarily.
Even if it's a herd of sheep, 20 sheep you put in there for a minute. You know, hey.
Depends.
I know a guy who brought a llama back from Canada in the back seat of his car
God, yeah,
Morgan.
you're not wrong.
because they won't go to the bathroom when they're sitting.
That's right.
They can't, and they won't.
Oh.
And so they stopped at rest stops, got the llama out, walked him around, let him do his thing, and then put him back in the car.
The spitting llama?
Well, they all
sure
spit
they
if you
all
make
will.
him upset enough, but
Okay, so changing it to animal layover, removing 4 temporarily, adding a secondary POC. What else? That good? Is that all we talked about?
That's all we talked about. Yep.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Morgan County Fairgrounds overnight animal layover rules as updated in tonight's meeting.
Second.
Go ahead, Blaine. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I
Blaine can
haven't
have
said any tonight, so
There you
go
go.
ahead.
Give it to Don. I feel bad.
I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, Kate Becker.
Okay, so COG met on the 18th. a small amendment to what is in the packet. COG recommended these two items come from Fund 17, which I'll get you the fund balance here in a second. The city asked for 500,000. The COG recommended 250. Brett, they also recommended 179,975 to Brett, but he is redacting that because I reminded him that we already designated that funding to him. So the 179,975 is not needed. So it's just a recommendation to give funds to the city's alley project. COG is recommending 250. The project asked for 500. Your fund balance in there is 312,88213 unappropriated, plus the money anticipated this year, 166,539 plus 312. And move over 312,882.13. So you have 479, 421, 13 to designate. COG is recommending 250. And that's the alley project that he just presented on.
Cool.
Any comments?
Comments? So I can
I
make a
got
motion.
comments, but I'm not gonna say.
Make the motion.
Okay, I make a motion. I move to approve the 250,000 requested by COG for the alleyway. Is that requested by COG?
I recommended.
Recommended by COG.
Second the motion.
And that's from Fund 17.
Fund 17, which is,
not the mass transit.
no, that's 19.
Have a motion by Commissioner Blocker and a second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Okay, so I don't have anything to give you on these next items. So there's nothing in the packet. So the draft of the feasibility study is going to be here the day before a commission meeting, but we only have 30 days to respond as a commission. So I sent out that initial request for the 22nd, 23rd, but it turns out that Leslie is out of town, and so we need to set a new day. So it's going to be to us on the 15th is when we shall receive it. Leslie is out of town the 17th, the 29th, I believe.
I'm out of town on the 28th through the 3rd. And again the next week.
And I'm out of town the 26th through the 6th.
Okay.
And the 10th through the 13th.
Could we meet on the 7th?
So it's
7th of October?
Yeah.
I won't be here.
You won't?
So I can put it on the commission meeting for the 7th. Leslie won't be here because she'll be at Excel conference.
14th is kind of too late.
Yeah.
What if we were to
It's
do it?
it's like super last minute. Yeah.
Can we do it in September on the 16th?
I don't know when.
As-
I don't know if we'll get it.
If we'll get
Or
it for
the
sure. on
17th
It won't be
or
in the
18th?
packet.
So,
We're
so
supposed
is
to
anybody here
receive
that next, a part of that after the 16th? Can anybody be here that week? Like the
Here-
17th,
Here
18th,
the
19th?
17th, but not the 17th.
So I'm gone 16th, 17th for parent teacher
What
conference.
about the 15th? Is
I will
anyone
say
here?
though, the 17th, 18th, 19th, that's homecoming week. So it will be.
Is anyone here
I
on the
know.
15th?
Welcome to my life. I don't know if we'll get it at
By then?
5 p.m. I don't know if we get it at 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if they send it to me at 9 p.m. I have no idea. I just know it's due on the 15th.
Can we put it tentatively as a work session on the 16th?
I won't have any document.
That's okay. Even if you don't have the document, you can put it as a work session.
You can notice it. Well,
Notice
yeah,
it as
the
a
only
work
thing
session.
that open meetings requires is the agenda, the description. It doesn't, I mean, we just do the packet for more transparency, but it's not required to be in the packet.
Okay, so I'm gonna add it as a work session on the 16th. We already have a work session.
I won't be here the 16th.
You won't be?
Parent-teacher conference.
So you
So we
can't be
already
here
have
early. That's
the-
when we need to have that work session later.
We have a development agreement, yeah, we have a development agreement work session, and we have the, yeah, I can't talk, thing with the thing, work session.
Well, we
But
were
Ken
going to
Smith.
ask for the rental agreement work session.
Oh,
With one of the first development agreement that's being brought forth for the town center. So since it's the first one,
And that's a work session.
that's our work session next meeting.
So what about the 22nd?
I don't have Leslie, and technically.
I'll be gone the 22nd.
Oh, Board of
He'll
Health.
be gone, yeah.
I could miss that.
And I've got a state parks. At the 23rd, I could.
23rd?
I still don't have Leslie,
When is she back?
29th.
not till the 29th.
Oh, okay.
What about the
How about a
30th?
Saturday.
I'm gone.
You're gone on
Till
the
the
30th.
6th.
Okay.
Did we say the 7th?
What, 7?
That's the commission
Haven't-
October 7th.
I'll be gone.
If you want to do it early on the 16th, I could zoom in.
I don't
prior
have
to.
Leslie on the 7th because she's at Cassell training. I can do the 6th.
4 to 7.
The 8th, anybody around on the 8th?
I can only do it by electronic means on the 6th,
On the 6th, okay.
but it'd be late.
It's UAC on the 8th, 9th, and 10th.
No, that's September.
That's September.
Are we
not
talking
October.
October?
We're talking
October.
I could do the 8th. You can.
Can't do the 8th.
9th.
See why I put this as an action item?
I can do the 9th. I can do the
Oh,
9th
Eileen,
of
you're
October.
out. You're not back.
I'm back the 6th, so
You're back on the 6th.
And I'll be back.
Okay, so
Way
just
late
for
on that.
semantics, technically
Maybe
it's the
8th.
commission's response to
The
the DA. So if another elected official wants to submit their own translation, we wouldn't necessarily need Leslie to be there. We would still need a clerk for the meeting. So if you guys still want to do it the 22nd, 23rd, it's just knowing that Leslie will not be here.
Well, if we can have an employee be here, such as Katie.
Yeah. So did it not, is the 23rd work for everyone except for Leslie? No.
Doesn't work for me.
Okay.
But I think the 6th or 7th, if it was remote, right?
I can, well, 6th is kind of difficult, and 7th would be difficult.
I'm gone on the 6th.
So, I mean, the only way I
But the
could is the
8th,
9th.
you said 8th or 9th?
No, I'm back the 6th.
8th or 9th.
The 9th is my best day. The 8th, I would be on the road.
I can do 8th or 9th.
Option
I
782
can do
is
6th,
we
7th,
do a
8th, or
work
9th.
session starting at 3,
I can do that
Next meeting.
week, so.
3 next meeting?
3 p.m. next meeting.
Well,
So we'd have a work session,
Vaughn
then a
won't
work
be here.
session.
I
Vaughn will be here.
could come in prior to parent-teacher. I could just zoom in from my classroom.
That works.
When's your parent-teacher conference?
So on the 16th, you're
Mine
saying?
starts at 4.
At 4.
So if we did it early.
3 to
then
4.
that was-
So I can do development agreement at 3 and this at 4. Or I can do this at
Do
3
this.
and
I
this
would
at
do
4.
this
Which
at
one do you need?
3, and then you guys can,
And then the DA at 4.
and I'll kind of stay on. I don't get a ton of parents in my class, but I could stay on, and then once, if I have somebody come in, I could just. Shut it off.
Is everyone good with that? Okay.
It's the 16th
However, comma, know
Of
that you are not.
September, right?
of September.
Yes, but no, it
16th of
is not
September.
going to be in the packet.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. As long as the public is aware that we are going to be discussing it. That's all.
I like the idea of doing it sooner too, just if we get into it and we're like, we need more time, we can
Yes.
schedule another date.
Love it.
Right.
Okay. So everyone's good right now with the work session at 3. The previous one that I sent out for the 22nd, 23rd, I had invited the WPR RFD chairs because their data that they gave has been absolutely instrumental. And I know you guys aren't in the meetings that Garrett, myself, and Leslie are in for this. Are you okay? Do you want them in on that meeting too, just so you can see
Why not?
the data, like, so if you have questions on the data that they presented?
I would love that.
I think we need to have them.
Okay.
Any expertise we can get.
Okay, that data has been better than anything we could provide, to be quite honest. So, and it's public record because it's
It's just more comparable.
It's
We
a
don't
public
have-
district.
We don't have a comp for where they're at.
okay. So, do you need me to change your calendar requests for commission meeting to 3, or will you remember
I'll
that
just
we
mark it.
start
For
at
me,
3?
I'll mark it down.
Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, yep. Thank you. Oh, do you need me to put that you're attending remotely, or are you not attending remotely? The rest of the meeting? Attending work session?
Say
Be
May.
there remote.
Say May.
May?
It just kind of depends on my.
Okay, so send link to Vaughn, and language is may attend remotely. Okay, anyone else not gonna be there that I need to know of and notice? Okay. Okay, and then my last thing is, the letter that I just, got from Matt today. So, reading this, if I can bring the agenda back up, sorry. Reading this, it looks like we have to submit 3 nominees.
Yes.
And then the governor, excuse me. So,
What we do is we normally go and select, there's 3 nominees, and we select 1, 2, and 3. And that way, then that goes to the governor.
submit nominees?
We submit them to
Okay.
the governor.
We
Okay.
send all 3, and typically they'll pick, they
take
will
the first
pick in
one.
the order that we do, as long as they don't have an issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
Roger.
We did last time,
Let's
which was
see.
3 years ago. Okay,
I'm just telling you what Mr. Paxman told me.
yeah.
He said unless they have a problem with your picks.
Your choice.
So,
Right.
Okay, so I'm assuming I'm gonna post this.
Interesting that they get the authority to do that, because most boards, you don't,
You don't like that person.
they don't get the
So-
authority to do that.
So when do we have to have it done by?
It didn't say, it just
It says
says
January 31st.
is when his term expires, but it
Right.
also says in there that they're wanting to do all of the appointments at once, but they don't give me a deadline. But we do have to post
We
it.
need to get it. Yeah, we've got to
Right,
post
I'll say
it.
that.
It just
so
needs
not
to be on our next.
We do have to post it for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The jot form's already out there. But we just have to notice that we are seeking
Applicants for that.
He was anxious to get it, but
do they have to be,
well, they had the.
Does they have to be in the
have a
county?
PO box. They sent it to here. Our postman doesn't know where the courthouse is.
Yeah. That takes me off.
so,
I'll keep
can it be
saying that
anyone in the
publicly.
county? Does it have to be someone in a certain district?
No,
Wasn't,
no, it doesn't.
Anyone in the county?
Anybody in the county, it can be, and they should be, I mean, we'll pick them, but they should be agriculturally and water user friendly.
Okay.
Whether or not they are against Weaver Basin or whatever, but it
Okay.
should be. And they do not have to be a commissioner, it can be a rancher, farmer, whatever it is.
Okay.
Is that correct, Tina and Kelly? I mean, Tina.
Tina and Kelly.
And Debbie. Hey, you're two back there.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
D. Walden was on there.
He was on it. Randy Sessions was on it.
Yes.
So I will forward this letter to the commission along with the jot form link. So you guys can send it to whomever you think would be
I think it
interested,
needs-
and we will, it's all automatically, obviously, we'll
It
post it
ought
on
to
the
be for
website.
anybody, not just us to go and ask.
Right.
So it ought to be
Correct.
any,
It'll go on the website.
okay.
However, I've noticed we get better response when like
We go and
Raylene
request it,
Lang-
yeah.
like people reach out and say, hey, we've got this seat. Did you know about it? Are you interested? So, okay.
Okay.
So do I need this as an action item for next commission meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that, I know.
I was
It's,
thinking
I have
Debbie.
no problem with it. I get all the text messages that are like, who's clicking the pen? I'm like, who do you think's clicking the pen? So that's all I have for action items.
He has some ADHD medication.
Oh, I straight up am the queen of ADHD. How do you think I get all this stuff done?
Don't share your prescriptions.
So that's all I have for action items. I do want to make a question comment. I did have another elected official ask, and this might be a Garrett question. I haven't had time to get with Garrett. They want a change in a ordinance that affects their office. does that need to come before the commission to ask them to task staff to write it? Or can they, as an elected official, bring forth a code, an ordinance to change something?
As long as it's not in the land use portion of our
It's
code.
an event permit.
In the event permit, and it's in
Which
our code.
I think so.
If it's in the land use, it has to be directed. If it's not in the land use, then it doesn't have to be directed. It can just come forward and then the commission makes a decision, and it doesn't go through planning commission either.
Okay, so there's that question. The other thing is, so we have had our first full film permit. I'm trying to play really nice in the sandbox here because they do have a 5-year contract. The film company is out of Park City, and they want to film this entire 5 seasons within an hour radius of the film center. Okay, so I'm trying to play nice in the sandbox so they keep coming back. Even though our sheriff has volunteered to be an extra, and it's like, I can't speak for
Good.
him, he does his own thing.
Will Kevin Costner be in town?
I didn't he die? I don't know. I've never seen the
he's
show.
not dead.
No, in the show.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
That's how it ended. He's supposed to.
Oh, okay. So this is a spin-off. Anyway, we may want to look at our film permit fee. One, I don't have any place to deposit it, so I'm assuming,
Probably go to
maybe that's
tourism.
assuming is the wrong word, but I'm considering that the commission is probably more likely to put that in tourism tax advisory board, because that's what's gonna drive tourism here. But our film permit is $50. I can tell you right now, that was Vaughn clicking the pen, Jeremy. It was not Matt.
I don't know how to hold them.
It has taken, and it could be just because it's our first one, it has taken me a lot more billable hours than $50 to
Well, not only
facilitate all
that, but I'm
this.
telling you right now, we have done a movie here before.
Right, but this is since we've
It's-
done this
it's a
film
pain in
permit.
the butt for businesses. I had a business on Commercial Street at one time, and it was a money loser for the business.
So they're all getting a stipend, and they all had the option to say no. So that they could take the stipend or they could say no. And we had one say no, and the rest of them took the stipend, including the city got a stipend for the depot, because technically they own it. So, but at some point when we talk fees, it takes a lot more of my billable hours than $50 to coordinate all the chickens that it takes.
Shouldn't that fee be part of the study?
Yup.
Okay.
But
Study done.
the fees were not, the last time we talked about the impact fee study and adding the fees, I believe the quote was, why do we need a fee study for the fees? And Leslie, as the clerk auditor, said, because the auditor writes us up because we don't have backup data to say why we set the fee at that amount. And a commissioner is no longer a commissioner, quote unquote, said, well, all they have to do is pull the county commission meetings because it's the fee, that fee, because we said so.
Fee is the fee is the fee.
It's a fee.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, if you will make Penny and Leslie the happiest people in the world if you include all the fees in the fee study, but I'm still waiting on LRB to get back to me, and they actually just did. So, but it was yesterday technically, so there was not enough time to put that in the packet. That is an action item for next commission meeting, but.
So you're requesting that we raise that fee for film?
Oh, I'm not waiving it. No.
Okay.
I'm taking
I
my.
meant raise it.
It takes me more. So we are, if you think about it holistically, we're getting the permit fee, which is de minimis. We're getting the fee for them renting the fairgrounds for staging, and we are getting overtime hours for 4 deputies. And if it was our depot, we'd be getting $500 stipend for the depot.
Should we be getting overtime for our county administrator?
I don't get overtime because
She's
I'm
under
salaried.
contract.
Just saying.
They do not need fire EMS, they bring their own.
So as far as our fee schedule, we don't have anything yet to go on as far as somebody that might have, the RFP. to do the fee study for us?
So we did, so that was on last commission meeting that we talked about impact fees and the impact fee study. It got tabled to this meeting till I found out, because the question was, if we do the fee study now, will it impact or affect our general plan? Like if the general plan's gonna take X months, but the impact fee study takes less. So it got postponed to this meeting, but was still waiting to hear back from one of the two groups, because it's essentially the only two groups that do the whole impact fee study is LRB, Finance, and Zions, and LRB had not got back to me. So since they just got back to me yesterday, that's not enough time to put that on action item and in the packet. So it will be on next action item. So the timeline, it looks like, according to them, to do a fee study, not the impact fee study, but the fee study is 2 to 3 months, and the impact fee study is 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
So, but that's with your whole, like, and these are the
So
projects
basically, they're
that
gonna
are
get it
signed.
for a good price, and hopefully it brings us in business, and they hopefully stay at the hotel, those kinds of things.
And I've already coordinated with the
Hopefully
hotel.
the economic impact helps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hopefully
I've already
that's
coordinated with the hotel, so, and got them all that contact information and given them some other places in the county that they might be interested in filming.
I was gonna say, yeah.
So.
East Canyon State Park, they can stay.
So.
In a nice heated yurt.
I'm just letting you know that,
At a time-
$50 does not cover
It
the amount of
doesn't.
hours I've put into.
But at the time, we just decided on that because we didn't have anything else.
Huh? What?
You said $50 isn't paid, so we're paying you too much then. Maybe we should.
I don't think that's where she was going with that.
That's probably about where she's at if you took all her hours.
Yeah. If you took all the time, I have met with people from LA who are not.
Didn't Yellowstone come here once and film in Mountain Green?
They wanted to at WPR and they couldn't because at the time there was no infrastructure to get them up there.
So what was filmed there in Mountain Green? I thought it was the very first.
No, there was a.
They filmed
So-
that oil man up at Lost
Saturday.
Creek one time.
Well, they did something with Sessions.
They did one
They
here
were on
with.
Sessions property.
Oh, yeah.
So
There was something about oil. Yeah, I remember the rig being set up over there.
the other thing I
Tom
want to
Berenger was
ask
the one.
is what meeting, whether it's end of this year or beginning of next year, if you've ever stepped foot in my office, you will see a giant whiteboard with 5,000 scribbles all over it, and that is everything that's on my plate right now. And some of those are big projects, and some of those are itty-bitty projects. And I need a prioritization, just like we did with code text amendment. Do you want to do that at the end of the year or the beginning of the year?
December.
You want it in December?
I mean, if you do it at the end, then you can start fresh at the beginning.
There's no start fresh. They're all
They're all
partially
continuing
in
projects.
process. Okay.
I'd say whenever you get time to do it.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
She's gonna put that on the list.
Okay, well, that could be down at the bottom of the priority
Time to
list.
prioritize the list.
Just, yeah,
What effort you going?
I'm done.
He's a G.
It's called fact.
We're done. We are in commissioner comments, and I need to bring up my agenda again, but I have 7,000 windows open.
Okay, last couple weeks, all the policy steering committees are up and running with UAC, so I attended Social and Human Services, Community Development, Government Operations, Revenue and Taxation. I also attended WFRC Transportation. Representative Burgess Owens spoke to us about federal funds. He sits on the Federal Transportation Committee. And I got part of WFRC Council. Were you on? And then airport board meeting. One of our, maybe you're discussing this,
Go ahead.
board members needed to resign, Mike D, so we have a spot, an opening there.
What?
The airport board, advisory board. Mike D has resigned. He got called to bishopric.
Did he submit a letter of resignation?
Pansy.
He sent a
I didn't resign.
text.
Yeah.
Does that count?
No.
So he needs to submit a letter of
Or an email or something in writing. That's not a text message.
I can
Okay.
tell him.
I just need an email that says resigning as of what date, and that way, because I have to put it in the resolution that whoever fills the seat is leaving this seat, and here's the documentation where that person actually resigned. Otherwise, it's.
You want me to have it send it straight to you?
Or you, and you can forward it to me. I don't. Either way, it'll end up in the packet. So I need to post another airport seat. Is that an at-large seat, or is that a pilot seat? Remember?
Well, he's a pilot, but he doesn't have a plane.
Aren't they all pilot seats now?
Yeah, they're,
Not necessarily.
User,
He-
non-users.
Or that's
He
right.
doesn't have a plane on the airport.
Okay, so it could be a non-user.
Yeah.
So a non-user, he has the non-user seat, like the hardest one. I don't know, let's go.
I don't know. I don't think it.
Okay. All right, I will get that posted. Thank you. And yeah, if you can get me a resignation, we'll get that posted, and then. Okay.
So may I ask Commissioner Block or something? So did you get anything from the Tax and Revenue Taxation and Revenue Committee? Did you get anything out of that?
Were you on there? You were on there.
I was there, yeah. I just wondered if you thought there was anything outstanding that we should discuss. They did a clarification on that SB 91. I can do whatever you want. I'm just,
You
we
go
were
ahead.
in
I didn't
conjunction on that
actually
one.
get notes on that one.
Okay. No, I can do whatever you want. Okay, well, I'm not next.
I don't care what order we go in. We met was it last week with the electrical folks over there. Yeah. Oh, you weren't there. Brett and I. So Fairgrounds Electrical Project will begin very soon. We're going to meet tomorrow afternoon to finalize a few locations of some of the pedestals, but they will start in earnest on that project after our last big event of the year, which will be on the 12th and 13th. That's the high school rodeo event. And after that, they'll start really in earnest. They do think it'll probably take them a lot of the winter to get that project done. So the electrical is moving forward. The DAF group did, our fairgrounds board submitted a request for funding for a sound system and a new announcer's booth at the arena, the main arena. They've approved funding for both of those projects, with the caveat on the sound project that we get 3 bids, so that is underway. We're getting bids for that, and then we'll submit them to the DAF group for final approval of funding.
I'm supposed to ask you a question. Did you get a dedicated circuit for the network equipment?
That's a good question. I don't know. We'll have to ask
Because
that.
we would really like one.
We will ask that.
Okay.
So part of the sound project that we would like to do would actually include running fiber to several areas within the fairgrounds, and that may allow us to eliminate some of the point-to-point internet as well, because we'd be running fiber to be used for the audio system. We can get with.
So would you have an
With Jeremy
extension
on
of?
that too.
Would you have an extension of the Utopia over to there? Is that?
No. I mean, the network that will operate the sound system actually uses fiber, not just a coax type cable. But that would allow us to connect into our existing internet, and instead of pinging it from building to building, we would be able to potentially run it through the fiber. And then the other item I just wanted to make you aware of, the cement pad that we had approved 6 or so months ago for the Croydon Park is underway. It'll be poured on Thursday of this week. It's prepped and ready to go. Ernie Durant. Yeah. I did meet with him last week when he was laying it all out. It's all laid out and ready to go. He was up there raking the gravel, and the forms are set and everything today. But we do have several pieces of existing concrete on the pad that have sunken in weird ways. So I would like to get a quote to have those lifted and fixed. They're creating some tripping hazards. I don't think it would be super expensive. We're probably talking a couple $1,000s to have them fixed, but we probably ought to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's going to be not a huge fortune. So Yeah. So anyway, I will probably get some bids on that just so that we can, and I'll bring it back to this group to decide if we want to spend the money on it. Right where the new pad is lining up with the existing, there's a pretty good spot that's sunk down. So they'll pour the pad, pretty well level, and he's going to put some felt in between the two pieces of concrete so that we could have it lifted and it won't bind against it.
Well, and the more we can get those cracks filled, the water is going to pass.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, when the water gets in there and it freezes and thaws, it moves it even more. So. Anyway, that's the update there. Yeah, that's all I have for now.
Yeah, basically we had a meeting with the DWR again. Very interesting meeting. I won't say what happened. It was a very interesting one. The problem is DWR, anyway, they're allowing for the state parks to have more land, which will include some things for economic development and some items that we can do up there with the historical trail and a lot of more things. And Vaughn and I will be meeting, well, Vaughn won't be able to be there because he's got the other committee meeting on the 22nd of September at this point, where we'll be meeting with state parks as to everything that might go into that 600 acres now instead of 400. And so there's big discussion on all the land and how it was purchased. And of course they want some OHV. Well, some people want some OHV, some people want zero. And legislature is very much involved now in this whole project. So that's something that if people want to give comments or anything, it'd be nice for them to either call myself or Vaughn. And that way we can pass it along. Or they can talk to Tiara Oxier, our representative, because she's very much involved in it. And Milner is also involved in it. So we've got a lot that are writing on everything there. Also, I just have a special request that we clean up our website. Outdated stuff and get it off. I don't know if it has been done in the last week. I have not looked, but before that, okay. There's just a few items that need to, and I can get with you later on.
That'd be great. Thank you.
That's about, and then this other thing with the taxation revenue and taxation policy steering committee. There was some stuff that was discussed on centrally assessed that the state's taken over, correct? And then there's also, they're cleaning up some language with the bill sponsor, which was Senator McKay, on SB 91 on the revenue tax, the tax on the restaurant tax. And so those are going to be changing. It's just clarification of different things, so we'll still get our 1%. It's just going to be clarifying who has to pay that and so forth. And even though it states right in the law, there's some more things that they're working on.
Do they have a date? Or is that for next session?
This will be, it will be for this next session to approve that or not. And it's supposed to be going into effect in January of 26. So
it would have already passed session.
It's going to continue with that, but they're going to clarify some things in this regular session. Is that correct? Is that what you got from it?
That'll go into effect?
No, not the going into effect was January 1st. That's where it was supposed to be, but they may be modifying that during not an interim, a special session. Special sessions is coming up in September.
I guess the question I'm asking is in case we disagree with something or something financially impacts us from those changes.
It won't impact us except give us more revenue.
Yeah, I don't trust that. So when that's ready, I would love to read it.
Okay.
What did you say that was?
It's SB 91 from last year.
SB 91 2025. Okay, thank you.
So you can read through that, and there's some clarifications that they're doing on it. And I don't know exactly what the new one is. You'd have to look at the legislature, the special session coming up They're gonna do it for the special session, to clarify it. Other than that, not much more at this moment.
May I say one more thing that you just reminded me of? It was for our policy eyes only, but the state's coming out with I might just
Hey, I'm glad I'm not the only one that has that.
short-term rental statewide policy, which would all of our hard work we went into.
Does that override ours?
Yeah.
It could, yeah.
Yeah, good.
On what?
It's for our eyes only. We can't share it. Yeah. But
Are you kidding me?
No, we're not. Glad you remembered that.
And that was part of the policy steering committee?
Yeah.
And they shared it with
With
you on
us.
the committee?
Mhm.
And they just said for your eyes only. I mean, I might be on that policy steering
Oh, you
committee
might
and
be,
just
yeah.
miss the meeting, so
Yeah.
I'll get with you to see if I can, if I'm allowed to look at it. But I should be, because I'm on a lot of those
yeah,
committees.
I'm sure you offered to share with me.
Okay.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Nickerson.
So just to kind of go off with what Commissioner Block was talking about with the airport advisory board, something came up just today that the manager's office they've been evicted from the hangar that they were in. So he's hauled everything out. We purchased the AWAS system to be installed. Now we don't have anywhere to install it because we got kicked out of our office. So I got the question, I guess this is kind of for Garrett, is Sean Beckstrom has offered his hangar to mount the equipment in for now and allow it to get up and running, so it's not just a $15,000 piece of equipment sitting there. I'm assuming we need some sort of an agreement for Garrett. I'm thinking we need some sort of I talked to Joe, an agreement between the county and Sean to allow us to put that equipment there until we get this all hammered out. So I think Joe was going to reach out to you. I told him I would follow up with you as well tonight.
Okay.
As far as that agreement to be able to use his internet
That small little manager's office.
is no longer.
And the public baths.
Yeah.
That's why Joe
Well,
called me.
now we won't be paying $7,500.
So I called him back, but.
Can I add to
Yes,
that?
please do.
Okay. So I had pointed out to our airport manager that we had not paid our rent in a very long time.
Oh, no.
And he said it was not his responsibility with the new hangar owner, because we have an agreement with the previous hangar owner, to get an agreement before the attorney and the commission with the new one. And I said, well, that sounds great, but what happens when you get evicted? And he said, there is a plan when I get evicted. And I said, great. So then he got evicted today. And I said, so the plan for the eviction was call Kate. Like, that's not a plan.
Okay.
So his filing cabinet and his boxes are now here in the county building. And he said they'll have a new office being built somewhere. And so it's temporary for 4 months. And I just was like, okay, I know nothing.
He didn't fill me in
But
on
that's
the-
why we got evicted, is
where the
we
new
had not
office
paid
is.
rent. We did not have an agreement with the new hangar owner to lease the space. We weren't paying them we were paying Shirley, but then she sold the hangar. We never got an agreement with the new one to lease the space, so we just didn't pay
But our
them.
current agreement may have a successors and assigns provision. I mean,
Can't we?
All I did was
come
point
up-
out we weren't paying it.
Can't we just pay it and come up to?
No, would you like to see the note that's on the door?
Probably need to move out anyway.
Because when we met with
No.
them the first time,
I say
If I
they were,
put it up
they were
every
super
season.
nice. I was kind of surprised by
We
the
don't need
phone
to see
call.
what
them.
else happened that we're not aware of?
But yeah, essentially, we're out.
We're out of our own airport.
It's not
This-
our hangar.
We're out of our own land.
So with that, so Joe will be reaching out as far as the agreement with Sean to temporarily put the new electronics.
Just want to point out, he's willing to do that agreement.
Well, that's why I'm also speaking of it. The other thing is, after our last airport advisory board, Joe reminded me that we were going to be searching for a new manager. So I wanted to bring that up, that I think it's time that we start. However we want to do that, post it. I think it's time to get our new airport manager. Joe was, he brought it up after the last meeting, and I says, no. I said, I was hoping you weren't going to tell me, oh, I want to stay forever again. But I think it's time that we post and move with the new manager. So that's all I really had.
All right, and I attended the WHS online. Is there anything significant for us? Also, long I met with Lydia, and I would recommend everybody meet with anybody that can in the future, previous to our meetings for budget, because I think it's really helpful in moving things. But we understand what they were asked, so maybe mitigate some of that in our.
I have no idea. Oh, okay. You're saying if you have the people that are on your portfolio, meet with them before budget.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, what are the pre-meetings before the meetings? I'm so lost. And it's like, okay,
So
that's what I was not
just to
understanding.
have them kind of share with you what they're thinking of asking and mitigate those. Yeah.
So, for example, Lydia met with you and she was extremely grateful that you gave her the time.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a good meeting. So, anyway, just a recommendation if you can do that. I know the other board with them. So, other than that, I'll look for a motion.
Raise your mic on.
Other than that, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move we adjourn.
Second, third.
Okay. Adjourn we are.